Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, March the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'd help. Thank you, Mr. Keith. All right, guys. Wow, some interesting action this morning. So, on a personal note, VKTX, I actually took this short. Mentioned it in the actually put it in the wrong area, put it in the general tabs area, but watch that VWAP at 1310. I'm out of the short now, but I was watching that VWAP area of 1310. What kind of got me interested in this is only a phase one, as far as I know. It's only a phase one study. So to me, that is not justifiable this pop. But anyway, so I took the short right around 1304, just as it broke down through the VWAP. And man, I thought no, sorry, that was a bottoming tail that's not real. Got down to 1250, covered most at around the 1270 mark. Okay, I covered some at different areas, but sort of an average of 1270. Going to see what happens later on. I do have an alert set down here for 1243 or so. See if it takes it out again. So that is my pre-market. I haven't taken a pre-market trade for a while. Now, yeah, Captain K. It's not that I wanted to short this BMEA. I guess I should have, but yeah, I was just interested to see that there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So BMEA, all-time high now, lifetime range, yeah, all-time high, and top line data, obviously positive, phase two, et cetera, et cetera. Oscar, OSCR. So new CEO coming in, I think on April the 3rd, and that has popped the stock through the 200-day moving average. Um, this is the area of concern, of course, if you're in this one or trying to get in this one. Right at the 5 level. What did it get up to? Got up to 516. You can see in the daily chart, we've got 501, we've got 498, and we've got 503. So right here, now if we can pop through that, 556 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I'm sorry, on the daily chart. Ah, I was going to hold a piece of this VKTX, but I didn't. Look at it. Look at it go now. Shoot. BABA. Now here's a really interesting one. I know Real has posted some information about it, but I guess they're going to spin off a bunch of their units. But look at this. Through the 200-day moving average, number one. Number two, look left, ton of room, 90, almost to 100. Okay, almost to 100. You know what, Mike G? I completely 100% disagree with you. Okay, 100% disagree with you. This is the pre-market. What better time to publish information like that? Not just from Real. Captain K does it, and others do it. So I 100, and it's not just because it's Real. Okay, obviously, I have an affinity for Real, but that's not the reason. I have no problem. You guys want to publish information? Why not? Um, PVH is an earnings play. PVH, PVH. PVH is an earnings play, and this is a nice now coming into maybe some resistance. 83.41. 83.41 is the next high looking left. So it's baselining right now or flatlining right now. So I mean, if it can get through this 83 level, not a big float either, 62 million. Well, Baba has specific news, Devin. Specific news to Baba. Alibaba to split into six separate groups and biggest shakeup, etc. So it's probably affecting Baidu, but there is specific news for Baba. All you have to do is do a search on it and you'll see all this. And welcome YouTubers. ICCM, ICCM, ICCM. Now it's pulled back 140 down to 128. Receives regulatory approval in China for use of whatever iSense 3 is. Disposable cryoprobes. Interesting. Scorpion. I can't remember if Scorpion is one of those that is sort of iffy. But, well, no, they obviously have some weight. Look at this, HRMY. Obviously have some weight, HRMY. So yeah, Scorpion Capital issues short report. And I'm looking to see if this is actually shortable for me. But I want to short it right now, but I'm just looking to see. It was interesting just to see if shorts are available. Yeah, lots of shorts, 630,000 at Interactive Brokers. Mike, I'm not siding with anybody. I have no problem. As I just mentioned, Captain K is not an admin either. Okay, and he posts information all the time in the pre-market. So, I mean, seriously, if you don't like it, don't read it. WISA, WISA did a financing. Remember, this was a big one yesterday. WISA did a financing yesterday, or sorry, this morning. Not a big one, 1.8 million stock offering. However, it's such a low float that it's almost doubled the float. ITCI, the one that was, let's see, is it holding its gains? Not exactly. So it did have some news on new data for depression drug. Okay, so it did have some news, but it has really given it up. It's $5 drop. And we're in for kind of a flat open. Looking at the SPY right now, kind of a flat open. Okay, Mike, you're just trolling now. Okay, if you don't like it, just why don't you just find another free room and go on your merry way. You're just trolling now. Of course, he's an admin. Well, admin. He helps out, but what's your point? You're just trying to get a rise out of me. Okay, it worked. You got a little rise out of me. Let's move on. Para, guys, is another one. Para has a upgrade. PARA. PARA has an upgrade by I think it's the Bank of America. As I think they were suggesting earlier a $24 price target. They've upped it to 32. And let's take a look left. Where could it keep going? 2230 is the next high looking left. And of course, it's through the 200-day moving average. So if it gets through 2230, it's a big float. So it's going to be tough to keep moving it. But if it gets through 2230, 2294 is the next high looking left. Okay, Mike, you're being warned right now. Next one and you're gone. Okay, next one and you are gone. Don't have time for this. Sometimes people wake up on the wrong side of the bed and just about everything bugs them. So I'll give Mike G the benefit of the doubt for one more time. That's it. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm just looking now. So, well, I mean, well, that BME, I mean, I didn't get it, of course, but wow, what a drop now from the highs BME 26 down to what did it get up to? Got up to 26.40 or so, right down to 20. So about a $3 drop. All right, 9/11. Okay, let me see if I have my upgrades and downgrades, my email. Yes. Wow. Few upgrades, hardly any downgrades right now. So let me get some of them in. If there's anything interesting on either side. Interesting. Let's see if Goldman's doing anything this morning. Well, there's Oxy boy, Mr. Buffett's an upgrade by Cowan. There's that upgrade for Para, Bank of America. Okay, I post these first in our Discord room. It's easier, and then I paste them into the main room. That's why you're wondering why there's a delay. And as I say, hardly any downgrades this morning from briefing.com. I mean, this is what I get from briefing.com. I'm sure there's a more extensive list somewhere, but the other room, Steph, there's two rooms going. Don't worry about it. I know for new people, it might be a little confusing. I have two main rooms going, YouTube, and then there's the main room. And then I do have a little Discord room for those 6 to 10 souls who show up there every day. But Steph, this is the link for what I call the main room. More action in there, more traders, more ideas thrown around. Okay, one moment, please. Yeti, they're the guys who make the company that makes the thermoses, etc. Right? Probably do other things too, but that's what I know them for. I think that's the company. Yeah. Now, CASA. Was it CASA or CAM? I think you pointed, I think you indicated some stock that was a SPAC today. It started with T. Was it TMTX or something like that? Let me see. TMTC. I didn't see it. TMTC, or it'll start trading as TMTC today. I think you meant para, amen, amen. Unless there's another. I think you meant para, PARA. It has an upgrade. Well, I see to 32 from Bank of America. But let me take a look at PAR also. I think there is a stock PAR, PARR. Yeah, okay. No volume yet, but you're right. So it's PARA, and then there is PARR, and that is, I think JP Morgan raised to 34 from 29. No volume yet. All right. Well, I haven't really talked about the banks this morning. I mean, FRC is just kind of holding in at 14, excuse me, at 14. Just, basically flat for it, basically flat. So I haven't really talked about the banks this morning. Maybe we're going to finally not talk about the banks for a while. Don't see any mentions. Well, we've been talking about it. Oops, talked about it right off the bat. I was saying how I was interested to see that Interactive Brokers had shorts available. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. As I say, we're in for mildly weak open, mildly, nothing dramatic. So I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar, and show more so I can see my sector status. So they're probably, most of them are going to be down, but not much. Wow, this is interesting. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So this XLE is the major ETF for energy. I call it an ETF, okay? Now, interesting. Usually this is all or nothing. Either we're 100% up or 100% down. So this is kind of wishy-washy with the 50%. Well, just change to 42% in green. What that means is 42% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that means, okay? So when you look, again, most of them are right around that 50% mark. Technology is 29, only 29%. And as always, take a look. Where are they in relation to the 200-day moving average? So there's XLE, still below the 200-day moving average, XLE, the energy sector, XRT, retail. I think they're only going to be three above. There's XRT, yeah, still below the 200-day moving average. XLP, consumer staples. So this one is above. It held above the day before on Friday. It poked above and it held, and yesterday, a little bit of a run. little bit of a run. So that's one. XLP is above. Healthcare, XLV, still below. Industrials, XLI. This one should be still above. Yes, so XLI. So there are two. And I know that communicate. Well, let's take a look at financials. We know that one's below XLF. Yeah, so that is still, of course, below the 200-day moving average. Discretionary, XLY, that's going to be near, I think. Yeah, getting a little bit closer. It's still below. Materials, XLB. Yeah, that's right at the 200-day, but I can't call it above, so it's just slightly below the 200-day moving average. And now we get to the two that are certainly above. XLC, communications, still above the 200-day moving average. And then there is technology, XLK, still above the 200-day moving average. So we have four of the major sectors, XLP, XLI, and technology and communications. So industrials, consumer staples, and technology and communication. So we have four major sectors above the 200-day moving average. One moment, please. Let me make an adjustment to something here. LKNCY. I haven't looked at one of those Y stocks in a long, long time. That's the old Lucan. I don't know. Maybe I mean, I don't know, but maybe they'll get off the pinks. I mean, this was the Starbucks of China, and then fell into disarray. Excuse me, sorry about that. I think there were some fraud allegations, etc. But this is a little bit like Hertz. I mean, I don't know if they declare bankruptcy or Chapter 11. I don't know if they do that in China, but excuse me. So for para, big area to try to get through. 2230, and then the next high is 2294 for para. Big upgrade though, big upgrade by Bank of America. I think, isn't this the one that is it Icon took a big stake in, or is it Warren Buffett? I can't remember. One of those two. And that's a while ago. I think when the stock was around 15, 16. PYXS, guys, this is from yesterday. Yesterday, it's now popping. The high yesterday was 350 or so, 349. Had the Well, an interesting day to say the least. I mean, I got up yesterday, got up to 350, but it closed way down here, 270. That's a big percentage move down. Trying again, probably a low float. Yeah, 19.9 million in the float. I can't remember if they had some news yesterday specifically. I don't think so. I sort of remember we were talking about this. I don't think we could see any specific news. HRMY for the bounce. I guess that's what Real's talking about for the bounce. What a $7 bounce. Tough to time it, of course, but yeah, this is imminently shortable in Interactive Brokers, 579,000. So there's a lot of, I mean, most brokers have shorts for this. Remember the old days, guys, when it was just what was a stock lemon? Was that what they called it? They call themselves Citron now. That they were the only ones, the big short sellers publishing their reports, and then they had Muddy Waters, which really only specialized in the China stocks. And now we've got a whole bunch of them. So Scorpion or Scorpion. What's the float in this one? Yeah, 19.9 million for the PYXS. PYXS. So I mean, listen, if it gets up to that high yesterday, I mean, there's still has some room. The next high would be 5, I think, on the weekly chart. I'm saying it's getting there, of course. Hara continues to make this move here, guys. Getting closer and closer to the next high looking left on a daily chart anyway, 2294. VKTX. I don't have any more left. I was gonna keep just a little bit just in case it did the really crazy drop. Remember, this is only phase one. It's only phase one. It's an obesity drug. Less than a minute. Crept up on me. Thank you, William. All right, everybody. Yeah, less than a minute for this market to open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15. I don't count the pre-market, of course, but I took this short in the pre-market for the VKTX, but I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit before I get interested. And we have about 10 seconds before the market opens. Well, that was a heck of a short if you got it. 26 down to 23 now for the BMEA. What's the spread like? All right, well, the HRMY is showing up immediately in my 10-day daily breakdown, but it's just way too early for me and it can be, so whippy. So there's no way I can take this now. Now, on the flip side, I mean, if VKTX can get through the 200-day, or the VWAP, I mean, I may regret not taking this, but I just, if it hadn't done this, if HRMY hadn't done this, got down to 28, 29, and then pop right back up to 36, I may have taken some, but on this short, but I can't do it too early. If you're wondering what the heck I'm talking about, is right there, HRMY. Wow, KWeb showing up, of course, sparked by BABA. So KWeb, next high looking left, of course, this is a China ETF. Next high looking left is 31.47. Again, it's just too early for me to take any of these. WBA, isn't this is actually an earnings play, that's right. This is actually an earnings play. Really choppy, ugly looking pre-market action for WBA. Topping tails, bottoming tails, just all over the place, but it is an earnings play. WBA is an earnings play. Now, if it can, I mean, the next high looking left is around 34.50, so about a dollar. Okay, so KRE is moving down. Of course, the ETF for the original banks. KRE is moving down. SPY, okay, so the first candle is been ominous so far. Big red candle so far. Oscar making a new high here, OSCR. Next high looking left. It has a little bit of room, 556. And FRC gave up 14. Originally thinking about that one, kind of holding at 14 in the pre-market, but it is starting to move down. KRE, just track KRE. You can see KRE is doing exactly the same thing. Also, we're getting close to that 556 area. Oscar meaning OSCR. Now, this is shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. So let's see what it does here. Okay, so VKTX now is making a new high, market high, of course, not counting the pre-market. So the VWAP is fallen a bit now. It was at 1308, I believe. Now it's at 1296. So now it's just a little bit through the VWAP for VKTX. I think Lyft, saw some news about Lyft. New CEO, new CEO. Analysts praise a new CEO. Wonder why the move didn't happen sooner. Who's the old CEO? Oh, I see. Co-founders. So the co-founders have been removed from their respective roles as CEO and president. So they joined the board, but they, how would you feel, you know? You get turfed and a new CEO comes in and the market loves them, loves it. So there's Lyft. Now, Lyft, 1055, 1058, looks like the next high is looking left. I mean, if it can get through that area, I mean, there's maybe, you know, the fantasy area will be around 1170. Okay, guys, so purple was down yesterday. It's up today. Purple has some room, a little bit of room. I mean, the next high looking left is 319. And then there's CNET. Let's take a look at CNET. CNET was down yesterday, up today. Same sort of thing. It just doesn't have a lot of room. Yeah, look at FRC right back over 14 now, guys. Real mentioned Futu. Wow, look at this. Futu earlier. Look at this. Earnings play. Now China and just getting hammered here. Wow. Just getting hammered here. Hard to predict that. I mean, it was very positive in the pre-market. The market opened and it just now. What's KWeb doing? Is KWeb giving it up also, or is Futu just moving on its own? Yeah. So look at this. Look at this. I mean, there's a huge shopping tail for KWeb. So there's been a sell-off of China stocks. I mean, Futu is more dramatic than this. Take a look at Baba. See what Baba is doing. Yeah. So the China stocks are now starting to give it up, and the VWAP 94.33, so it's through the VWAP now, Baba. That is a big drop. What's the spread like? Even the spread isn't terrible, 47.15, 47.24. Sitting right on the 200-day moving average, 47.02, sitting right on top of that 200-day moving average for FUTU. Wow, through the 200-day moving average now for FUTU. Wow, VKTX through, well, through the VWAP and huge. Through that VWAP, 1296. I'm not in it. I didn't take it. It's too early for me still. It is still pretty whippy, but boy, this is a 2-year high. Back this out to see where the next highs are. Yeah, you know what? Who cares? We got to go back to 2018 before we see these highs for VKTX. The only issue is that it's phase one. It is phase one results. So, well, Oscar is now right at that critical area, 560. Will it break it or will that hold it? In other words, giving us perhaps a short opportunity for OSCR. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on the CNET, okay? China stock, CNET, at the CNET, because, I mean, the next high looking left is way up here at 268 from 211. I mean, today's high was 218, 214, 213. I'm just looking at some of these highs looking left. 220. 220 is a high. And yeah, so if it takes out 220, there are 3 daily candles at 220. I'm going to stick an alert there at 220 for CNET. If it takes that out, because then the next high is 268, which is certainly far enough away on a percentage basis. Another cheap one, ADCT. Look what's happened to ADCT over the last, well, since early February. Just slid from 5 down to 2. You know, guys, definitely keep an eye on this CNET, okay? I mean, if it gets through 220, it's got some room on a percentage basis. 265, I think, is the next high. So, you know, stick a price alert or something around 220 for CNET. It's a low float, 5.8 million in the float. Just trying to see if there's any. There is actually enters into a cooperation agreement with Chain Effect block. So it's a crypto play or a blockchain, whatever you want to call it. That universe. I think so. I think it was an all-time high. BMEA. I think it. Yeah. Position in lifetime range. Yes. Obviously, we don't count the pre-market, but nobody counts the pre-market, not just ourselves. There is the pre-market high. So believe it or not, I'm going to stick an alert at pre-market high. It takes it out. You never know. All right, guys. Harmony, HRMY. Ah, missed it. Shoot. I missed it. I think it's halted now, guys. I think Harmony is halted. HRMY is halted. I may be wrong. I'm just looking at the bid ask though, 3110, 3112. For something moving that quickly. No, it's not halted. Okay. I was wrong. Ah, I missed it. The AI has it as a short, actually, 3207. But I waited the 15 and as I say, I tried to get it, but it just moved too quickly on me. So I guess we have to pay attention to Scorpion for their hit pieces also. Boy, look at the VKTX. I did not get it on the break through the VWAP. Oh, this HRMY, I mean, this is now the pre-market low was 29. Yeah, meanwhile, FUTU just made another new low, guys. FUTU made another new low through that 200-day moving average now. Next low looking left is 44.30. Is that right? 44.31? No, 48.04. No, 47.92. You know what? I'll get it right. I'm trying to eyeball this candle right there. So it's 45.82 is the next low looking left. So it's close. If it takes out 45.82, which is close to, the next low is 44.31 for FUTU. Yeah, I mean, look, again, it was just too early, but look at that, 1272, 1390 now. This is on the 10-day daily breakout anyway. It's just too early for me. Take a look at the Oscar, 550. I think it got up to 560, 569. KWEB had the hit though, 31. Yeah, and something happened to the China stocks. WBA, 33.89. So this has, I mean, you know, it's got a shot. I just hate this action in the pre-market for WBA. The next high looking left is 34.57. So not that much room. I was going to suggest looking at a para short. It's just popped over the whole number again. Yeah, I was suggesting looking at a para short down here around the 2182 mark. But yeah, look at that. The 200-day moving average is too close, 2161. So that could hold it up. Okay, last time I nag about this one, but CNET, just keep an eye on it on a a 220 break, okay? I'm not saying you take the trade if it hits 220, but you can just kind of see. I mean, there's 3 days right there. Even if you go back to these days, early February, around that 220 mark, it takes it out, and it did have a little bit of news. It's got room to 270. Not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, that's the next high looking left, around 270, 268 to be exact. Meanwhile, HRMY just broke down through 30. So, again, way too early for me to have done this at 9:30, but there was the alert at 33.58. So for those of you who are not quite as conservative as me, there's about a 10% move right there. And again, these I am sharing. 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. Yeah, GME, you get a little pop in the pre-market, I think. Yeah, we can't. Yeah, I don't think that was true. I think we had some at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Yeah, I don't think that big topping tail. I don't believe it got up there. And yesterday's low was 2269. So yeah, I'd wait 2269, and then the next low was 22. But I mean, here's your area. I mean, if it takes out 22, look out below. And that is for GME. All right, now BMEA, I think it broke down through the VWAP. Let me just take a look. BMEA. Yeah, 2342. There's the VWAP. So it is now below the VWAP a little bit, but you got to be really careful. Well, I guess this guy's got some cachet in the industry. This Mark, he must feel great. Mark Bertolini, named the CEO effective April 3rd, so next week. So he must feel pretty happy. Mark is reacting extremely positive to that news. Visa did a financing, not a big one, but of course the float wasn't very much. 1.59 million in the float to begin with, and then I think they did an offering, 1.8 million. What price? So they're going to add to the float, not much. I mean, well, it's almost doubling it, not quite, but well, this is quite the move for phase one, guys. I mean, hard to believe I was able to short this one in the pre-market. I thought this was going to utterly collapse, but VKTX. And it's not a crazy low float, 67 million in the float. So it's not like a crazy low float. Now look at Love here, guys. LOVE. This is an earnings play. Yes, it's an earnings play. Didn't see it at all in the pre-market. Maybe the volume was just too light. But look at it now. LOVE through the 200-day moving average. Next high looking left, 27.74. So it's above that a little bit. So 28.44 is the next high looking left for Love. Again, not saying it's getting there. Just a matter of looking left to see, where it could stall. And that is Love, LOVE. Lost sight of this one. Well, if you're in the room yesterday, I took this one, but I was thinking about holding it, but then it sold off so much at the end, so I could not hold it. Did okay on it. Got in around the 540 mark, and it popped up to. I talked about it all day. Thought it might have this shot. China IPO, and now there's the high of the day. But I'm not. I was thinking of maybe holding a piece, but I just didn't do it. Definitely is worthwhile paying attention to some of these really cheap China IPOs. In the past, they have gone absolutely crazy. This one has, believe it or not, this is not crazy. We're talking crazy, like coming at a $4 or $5 IPO price, shooting up to 20 or 30 or $40. I'm not saying this is happening with this, of course, but we've seen it in the past with some of these really cheap IPOs from China. I just think of the odd couple. Oscar, Oscar, Oscar. Look at OSCR. So again, the next high looking left is around 618 now. I tell you, that GME, if it takes out 22, look out below. I think I have an alert set right at that level. So when you say the Futu short, well, I mean, we saw the Futu drop, if that's what you mean. Right here, momentum down. First alert was at 48.32 at 9:36. If that's what you mean. Now, I am not sharing this one. I'm sharing the momentum up, but I've shown several times how you can create. This is just the flip, just the flip. In other words, using basically the same filters, but just flipping. Here you need a new high for the day. and it has to be up. So if you know how to flip a strategy, so obviously you can flip new high to new low and the price up at least 2% from the previous close. You can flip that to be down 2% from the previous close. Everything else remains the same. So if you understand the flip feature right there, because I am sharing this one, the momentum up. So I guess to answer your question, yes. Well, meanwhile, thank you for not shorting BMEA, guys. This is getting really, I mean, it takes out that pre-market high. I know it sounds crazy, but this could just rip from there. Pre-market high is 26.50. Look where it got to, guys. It got literally almost to the penny of that pre-market high, 26.48, and the pre-market high is 26.50. Almost to the penny, and then it stalled. But if it takes it out, it's very possible that it'll just keep going for a while. It's an all-time high. Okay. Okay, guys, I am. Okay, guys, yes, okay. Well, I can't tell people to take this thing, but I just said if it takes out, then look at this thing go now, BMEA. I've taken some out. That's why I was pausing. As I said, if it takes out that pre-market high, and it looks like it's halted. No, still not. Now it's halted. Now it's halted. Now it's halted. Wow. So this is where it could open 30. There's the halt for BMEA at 28.26, and it could open at 30. So again, understand, I'm never going to tell somebody to take a trade, but all I said was this could get crazy if it takes out the pre-market high. And so I ended up taking some. It dropped a little bit. I was like, oh boy, and then it just popped. Now, what I don't want is a 10-minute halt. I want a 5-minute halt. Yeah, no, I can concentrate. This is halted, so nothing I can do about it right now. But yeah, the looks like it's at that VWAP. I think Real is saying that Para is at the VWAP. 2218, 2218, so it's right at the VWAP. Open, come on, open. Okay, so Oscar looks like it is finally stalled at that 6 level, OSCR. What did it get up to? Got up to 594, 594. There's some highs right in that area on the daily chart. So this looks like it is finally stalled, and there's a lot of shorts available, Interactive Brokers. Excuse me, the VWAP's at 544. All right, well, it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Let's see, 10:09 plus 42 seconds. So about a minute and a half before this can open, if it's a 5-minute halt. Foot Locker, guys, FL. Keep an eye on Foot Locker. Look at the room it's got. Foot Locker had earnings on this day right here on the 21st of March, and interesting. I think I mentioned this one yesterday. Popped up in the pre-market, and the market opened very strong, and then it just sold off, just completely and utterly sold off from 47 down to 30, 38 or so, 39, and drifted down. But now the next high looking left is 42.48 for Foot Locker. All right, 20 seconds maybe for this to open. BMEA. I've got my finger on the sell button. Okay, just opened. I'm just waiting to see if it drops underneath 27. Wow. Okay, guys, I'm not in very much now. Boy, what a move. Sorry. Just give me a moment here. I have my finger on the sell button if it dropped underneath that 27, but it didn't do it. So I'm out virtually everything now. So that was one wild ride. Foot Locker, well, it was near the high, but when I saw it, yeah, I mean, you're talking about this high right there. The high is 39.88, so it's a little bit above that high. So when you look left, there's a ton of room in theory. All right, guys. Well, that's why I put a price alert. Okay, CNET. I was waiting to see if it could take out 220, and I would have been very interested had it. But look what it did. It almost got it, but no trigger, and so now look what it's doing. So, and look at the market. Look at the big SPY candle right there. This is really just trader psychology and action, guys. I mean, I had no idea it was going to do that, but when you see these pre-market highs and a stock that's at a lifetime high, I mean, it was not obvious that it was going to, if it took out the pre-market high, that it was going to tack on $2 or $3, but seen it many, many times. So the love is making a new high here, guys. Wow, I mean, this 10-day daily breakout. I mean, look at love, 27.60. I didn't take this one, but 27.66. Here's a dollar move for love. What's the spread like? Yeah, 47.64. So not a great spread, but if you were here yesterday, there was only, I think there were only a grand sum of three all day. I think there were a couple, maybe three in the 10-day daily breakdown, maybe, and only, I think, one in the daily breakout. So definitely a different day today. Yeah, KRE is moving. It's funny because FRC is not. KRE is moving, but FRC is not. Whoa. Okay. Sorry, guys. No. BANL, guys. Wow. Do I dare? So that's basically doubled from the IPO price. I think it was coming out around 4. So there's your double. Came out last week. Muted reaction first 2 days. Yesterday, great. Today, greater. Boy, Tiger. Remember Tiger when it was a lot higher? This is an earnings play tomorrow. Releasing earnings tomorrow, TIGR. Meanwhile, VKTX just going crazy. Phase one, guys, phase one. If I recall, when I look back, you have to go back to 2018, 5 years ago before we see highs like this. So who cares? Now, again, there's your pre-market high. So, hey, why not? Just stick an alert, the pre-market high, and see if it just powers right through it. Oh, there's your high right there. 1454 is your high in the pre-market. Excuse me. Obviously, way it's a 2-year high, of course. Remember Dawn from yesterday? I wanted this one to just collapse. Now, let's take a look at Dawn from yesterday. Man, 277 was the low, and that was a daily low, also a weekly low. 277 for Dawn. DAWN. What's the volume like? Why, I'm liking this one, guys, because look left. Look left on that weekly chart. 640. Okay, I'm really watching Dawn here. DAWN, guys. There's that low right there of 1277. It's just, kind of hanging around there. I'm going to stick an alert right around, say, 1250, because I think if it takes out this 1277 with any ferocity, I think, so I'm going to put an alert down here at 1250. Sure, I'd be giving up some, but look left. Look at the room it's still got underneath. And what's the VWAP? VWAP is 1293, so Dawn is underneath the VWAP. Very different day from yesterday. Levi, I wonder if this is an earnings play. No, Levi. Oh, something's putting a spark into Levi here, guys. Levi James, of course, or Levi Strauss. Next high looking left is 1742. If it can break that, 1792. Meanwhile, FUTU continues to move down here. Next low looking left, 4431. So KWAB definitely dropped from the highs, but I mean, it's not like it's collapsed. But FUTU is really trading on its own. Oh, there's Oscar over 6 again. I shouldn't say again for the first time. And actually, that's a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. A red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. You have an uptrend. You have a red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, moving above the high of that red bar, which is 595, could signify a continuation. So you have your uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then a continuation. Yeah, I mean, 615 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So, I mean, it could stall there. If it can get through 615, yeah, it looks like there's pretty good resistance around 625 also. Hmm. Well, a great move for Love here, guys. After the company announced better than expected Q4 EPS and sales results, et cetera, and issuing, and it's all about guidance. So they're guiding higher for the next quarter, above the estimate. So it's all about guidance. LOVE. So a minor disconnect in the market right now. We have the Dow up a little, Nas is down a little, SPY's basically flat, but so a little disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. There's Levi, guys, Levi, Levi. Not an earnings play. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't see any reason for it. They have earnings next week. Well, on the 6th. So if you look at KRE and how it's had a run now, nice run here. But look at FRC. FRC is not following suit. I can see FRC is not following suit at all. Yeah, pretty simple, Jay. Question is, would I be able to explain what causes the huge spikes after market in this spot? Any other stuff? Yeah, usually it's news. I mean, it's that simple. You know, it's either news could be earnings. The company has earnings and they're better than expected or worse than expected. So you're always going to see some. But if you look at VKTX, at news, it's always virtually always some kind of news. Okay, I mean that's the reason. And again, this company initiated a phase one. I mean, it's only phase one, but it doesn't matter what I think. But it's always news. It's always going to be some kind of news. Now, sometimes you'll see a pop on something and you can't see any reason for it. And it could be, there's some Reddit group or some group somewhere in the world that got a hold of it, especially when it's a very low float. In other words, a stock that doesn't have very many shares available to trade. And, for whatever reason, some traders get together and say, we're going to pick on this one today. But more than likely, it is always news related. Okay. And as far as the SPY is concerned, I mean, that's more of a macro event. It could be your job reports, when FOMC day. Boy, this is looking like it's going to take out that high right there. Okay, next time. For me personally, Luis, usually stocks under 20, but that's just me, I mean, but usually it's stocks under 20. Obviously with the BMEA, not a hard and fast rule. That was obviously over 20, but and the only reason for that is because, stocks under $20 can usually get the biggest percentage moves. One moment, please. Justin, I really don't know when the next test drive is. I honestly don't. Um, I think they want to get these charts working a lot better. The HTML charts working a lot better. So I honestly don't know. And I can't even estimate when it'll be. Question was, when is our next test drive? All right, guys, VKTX, maybe the next time through that high will be gold. All right, BMEA is now sliding away a little bit. There's the VWAP again, 2507. Look at AEHR, guys. So this is now drifting, not drifting down. This has been hammered down a little bit here. And look left, the next low is over $2 away. AEHR. Now Paramount, PARA, how dynamic it's going to be. It's not a huge float. 25. Whoops, wrong. How dynamic it's going to be. It's yeah, with that float, 607 million. But look at this now. Oh shoot, I might be a little bit late, but 2161 is a 200-day moving average. So that's why, that's right. That's why I would not take this on a short unless it, would really have to crash through. But let's see if that moving average holds it. But it's kind of stuck right between the VWAP 2213 and 2161 right now. All right, PYXS, Real mentioned just a little while ago that was over 30, but it hung there for about half an hour. Now it's starting to run. The high yesterday was 349, but it's pretty again 19.9 in the float, million in the float. I can't remember what the news was, to be honest. March 22nd was earnings. So there was the reaction. So here's one that just showed up, guys. wow, look at MGOL. Now, why I didn't see it earlier is because the relative volume, one of my filters was, I think it has to be a minimum of 3. This is in the momentum, okay? Momentum. But I think one of my filters is 3. Yes, 3. So you can see it just poked above 3 now. So you want to see this earlier? Of course you can. But you'd have to reduce in the momentum scan. But what happens is you might get a lot of other stocks that you don't want to see. There's always a trade-off. Always a trade-off. Okay. But let's take a look at this MGOL, 4 million in the float. Looks like the next high is about 156. So, I mean, there's a lot of resistance around 190. So that, it's far enough away if it can make its way through these little highs here. Definitely a lot of resistance to me anyway, between 190 and 2. So this is starting to move here. So I don't know what's going on here. You're ringing the bell? So, okay, so so this is a Lionel Messi store. Okay, well, ringing the bell. Oh, I see. So that's quite delayed. So they started trading January 13th as MGOL. Now they'll be ringing the bell on the 4th. One moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Fast, fast, fast morning, guys, for me anyway. You know what? I saw this ABEV a little earlier. I'm trying to figure out why I saw it. Right around here. Now it's through that 200-day moving average. I think I looked at it, I said, oh, come on, 15.75 billion in the float. How can it move? But look what it did. I mean, that's pretty good move for 15 billion in the float. All right, guys. So a couple of things here. I want to put this webinar announcement in again. The webinar is in a couple of days now. This is with Brian Shannon. If you don't know who Brian Shannon is, you can Google him. Very well known in the financial community for several decades. And he is going to be doing a webinar with us. How about that? So if you can attend it live, don't worry. We'll be, as long as you sign up for it, you'll get an email later with the recording. Okay. So don't worry if you can't make it live. And I think it's at 1 o'clock Eastern. So 4 o'clock, 1 o'clock Pacific. So 4 o'clock Eastern on Thursday. Okay, now I'm just going to go over some of the things you'll find on my homepage, including those scans that have been really producing today. Buenos dias, Carlos. Okay, guys, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, so if you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans, annual for premium and standard, and excuse me, monthly for premium and standard. So we have the 4 plans. The big difference between, premium and standard is the AI. Now, the AI at the beginning gave a tremendous short alert on the HRMY. You know, hopefully you would have traded it out. But I got down into the 29, so that was a nice alert. I use it. You just use it like a watch list. No auto trading the AI. You don't have to go annual though. In fact, don't go annual. Start off with a monthly. Make sure you want the program. So 118 standard, 228 premium, less the 15% for the first month only. Okay. Now, at any point, if you do want to if you're a monthly subscriber right now, or if you do this monthly and you do want to take on an annual, I can give you a promo for 25% off. Okay. If you want to go annual, just have to let me know. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. That's the first thing you must do. It'll go over your download and install, your first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, etc. Okay. 10 videos, about 30 minutes long. If you're new to trading, we've got a course for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss has put this together. Now, Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over for me. And today's Tuesday. So I will confirm that, but it should be Michael in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael. So if you've got questions, about his, the trading 101, or if you've got questions about the Market Explorer, he's the developer of the Market Explorer. Okay, you got questions about it? Now's the time. He's here once a week between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time, of course. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. And the trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens, about an hour before market opens every Monday morning. Don't think it triggered yesterday. Trade of the week is ASO. Let's see if what it's doing today. Yeah, so it didn't trigger yesterday. So this is so far a non-event. When I say trigger, when you get the email, it'll have a suggested entry, and it never hit that yesterday. So right now, this is a non-event. Education, big education section is here. Here's our guide, our user guide. So there's that getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. I'm going to click on the stock racing. I'm going to go over this race right here, but this gives you all the information you need about what stock racing is all about. There are 4 videos here, and race startup, clickable, configuration, etc. All clickable. So there's in-depth information about what stock racing is all about. Whoops. There's the getting started section again. So this is what I'm talking about, the daily support session. So again, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. Okay. Last, here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down, until you see the scan section. So this is what I use in the pre-market actives up and down. That kind of gives me an idea about what stocks may move once the market's open. Not all the time, of course, but certainly gives you a good idea about what is certainly moving in the pre-market. This is the race that you see, the large cap gainers. I'm sharing another race, which is more volatile. And here are the 10-day daily breakouts and downs, okay, right here. Also, here's a momentum scan. So if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link. A moment. So use my homepage link, and then you'll be brought to this page. Use this promo code. And if you save my homepage link, then you can have access to my scans at any time. I do change them up from time to time. And of course, the big education section. Okay. Justin, there is no 4 p.m. class. Oh, Thursday. I see. It's not a class. It's a webinar. No, it's a GoToWebinar. Okay. Just sign up for it and you'll have the link. So I don't call it a class. It's a webinar. Okay. So if you sign up for it, then you'll be notified. You'll be sent an email. I think about an hour before it starts. Okay. Give me one moment, please. Lots of action today, guys. Man, oh man. AUPH has showed up in the momentum up. Wow, look at the 3 days it's had, including today. And by the way, Peter Smith, are you in our YouTube room? I mean, you keep talking about having to pay for this webinar. You don't have to. I know maybe you want the webinar to be in our YouTube room, but it isn't. But you keep talking about having to pay $80 to join the webinar. You don't have to. So I'm not sure where you're getting this idea. Well, look at SQ. Look at SQ on the comeback trail still. So it just took out that high of 3 days ago. First one, it got absolutely slammed by that by the Hindenburg. 65.75 was the high of that day. So it's basically there. Well, look at Paramount now, guys. PARA, and it is right sitting on that 200-day moving average. So as always, the question is, will it hold it? Meanwhile, Oscar, wow, Oscar now just made that, there's the high right there. So it took that out like nothing. 615. And there's the area, 641. I mean, look, if it takes that out, then you get the next high is $7, 706. How good is this guy's ego now? Or for like this guy being named the CEO, this Mark Bertolini, and the stock just, goes up 77%. Okay, let me go over these races quickly. Okay, but again, all of this is in the user guide. And here's how you can have your own races. Again, I'm sharing this race and I'm sharing the other one that is more volatile. Just not displaying it anymore. So all races start from a top list. So I'm going to open the top list window that this race originates from. So let me just get this. So top lists, excuse me, before we had races, the reason for using a top list is if you wanted to see the stocks that are, say, up the most from yesterday's close, if you had it as a column header, you could sort on it, okay? So there's VKTX, up 56% from yesterday's close. SGML, 10%. You want to do it from the opening print today, as long as you have it as a column header, you can sort. So there's VKTX up 15.9% from its opening trade, and so on. So while that might be nice information to see and have, how are you going to use it to trade? So that's where the races come in. Especially, I mean, yeah, we can follow VKTX all day long, but what if one of these ones down here, say Nordstrom's, JWN, okay, 1.7 from the open right now. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, some great news hits Nordstrom and it starts to move, 3%, 4%, 10%? You'd never be able to see it. Now, why Oscar is not here, I'm going to explain why. Yeah, I can explain why. I think, yeah, it might start to show up because in here, I've got a market cap of 500 million and a float of at least 50 million. So the float is fine. Even the market cap should be getting close anyway. But what the races are all about is I run 4-minute races. Okay, now you can run whatever time period you want. I've chose 4 minutes several months ago, and I've just sort of stuck with it. And so when this race is almost over, you can see the countdown timer right there. And so what's happened, what you see here is that since the race started, and you can see, speaking of Nordstrom's, since the race started, Nordstrom's JWN is up 0.29%. Like not a huge number, but it is winning this race. And when the race is over, let's see if this maintains. And the answer is yes. So Nordstrom's won this race, okay? Not a huge percent, but if you click on it and just see what happened. So if you're a VWAP player, you can see right there, the VWAP is at 1570. So it's kind of right at the VWAP. So if you're kind of a VWAP player, you might be watching it around there. Will the VWAP reject it and move it down, or will it hold above and move it higher? Things like that. So, and then another race will begin. And now you can see right now, AUPH is leading this race. Now, these percentages are not huge. The other race that I used to share, you will see percentages of 10, 20% sometimes. So yes, a little more exciting, but also with excitement comes, anxiety because they can be very, very difficult to trade. Okay, up, down, up, down. These, if you're new to trading, I would probably concentrate on these sort of stocks. They're not going to, I mean, they're still moving. I mean, look at VKTX. I mean, that's a huge move, but you might be able to find little areas during the day of where you can trade it. So what it does is, and it automatically creates a top 10 list for you. Okay, a watch list for you. And so again, if you're new to trading, instead of, flipping around from one symbol to the next symbol to the next symbol, this gives you focus. Great focus. You can just concentrate on these stocks all day long. In this one, I think it's 500,000 shares minimum value. Steph, in this one. All right, guys. Para now is below the 200-day moving average. So PAR is below the 200-day moving average now, guys. Certainly, obviously below the VWAP, but it's also now below 2161 is the 200-day. So this is really, giving up most of it. Well, trying to give up most of its gains. I mean, the next low looking left is 2036. It's over $1 away. Well, keep an eye on GME, guys. I mean, this 22 level, I think if it takes that 22 level out with any force, I mean, just look left underneath 17. Oof. Now, the next thing is, guys, practice trading, especially if you're new. But even if you're not new, but you're maybe testing maybe an idea or a strategy that you'd like to test before you actually commit money to the market, you can use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. All you need is our standard service. You have to be using our downloadable application though, for both if you want to have races and also if you want to use our simulator. And the simulator can be loaded from, if you click on new and then Brokers Plus, this window will show up. Now you'll notice that there are two options underneath Brokers Plus. One says live, one says sim. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how, if you want to use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. It shows you how you can connect to either of those two accounts. And it does not work with any other brokerage platform, okay? We don't want it to, but please don't ask. I mean, people ask all the time about TDA and any other brokerage platform. It's been Interactive Brokers and E-Trade for the longest time. Now, to use this as a simulator, really simple. Just click on an alert. You just click on an alert. Okay, this happens every now and then. Let me just do a reset, see if that helps. No, okay, I'll just get out of this and then I'll load it again. Oh, I know why. I wasn't connected. I didn't click. I didn't click on sim. Okay, so when you click on sim, so when you click when you load Brokers Plus for the first time, let me just it'll say not connected. All you have to do is just click on the sim option, paper trading, simulation trading. Click on sim. That not connected will change to account. Click on the account, and then you'll see the little pop-up simulated trading default. So you can see right here, I in the simulator, I got a short of GME, 22.94. I actually took this in the pre-market. Okay. And again, it's simple to use. You just click on the alert and any symbol, the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. You want to go in at, you can pick a price you want to get in at. So it's very simple to use. And I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. And again, it uses so you don't need a broker. Okay. If you want to practice trading first before you commit money to the market, which is what you should do, then, just use our simulator and it uses our real-time data. And all you need is our standard service. Bolero. Again, that's right. This is a very clever play on words here. So this is a bowling company, right? Yeah, bowling centers, but they call themselves Bolero. Um, 1614 is the next high, and then after that, 1655. So this has some room if it takes up that 1615. Let's see, it's float, about 100 million in the float. It's above the VWAP, 1596, so it's above the VWAP. When I mentioned price level, usually that means I'm talking. It's okay. Don't be sorry for asking a question, Luis. Um, Usually it means I'm looking left to see where the next price is, or where the next level is, where it could go to until it stalls. Okay, so if I look left on Bowl, for instance, BOWL, I have my daily chart right here. And so the price is at 1612 right now. So if I look left, the next high is 1614. After that, so I was just saying, if it gets to 1614, the next level, next high looking left is 1655. Now, again, it doesn't mean it's going to get there. It just means that, well, you don't have to worry about chart resistance until that level, if that makes sense. All these little areas of highs when you look left can stall a stock from moving higher. So for instance, if I look left on this one and I saw the next high was at 1620 and I'm at 1613 right now, I wouldn't take the trade because I want more room for it to move before it can hit that next high. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to get to the next high, but just taking one element about why a stock won't keep going higher if you're going long out of the equation. That's all. I mean, look at Dawn. I mean, this is, I'm really, I don't want to lose sight of this one. And I still have my alert set down here around 1250 because look at Dawn, DAWN, on a potential short. So when you look left, 1277, so it's just below that. But more importantly, you look left now on that weekly chart, and the next low is 640, so almost half the current price. So that's why, this is why, I mean, I don't want to lose sight of this. Boy, look at this. I mean, that took out yesterday. PYXS took out yesterday's high, so now like nothing. Now let's look left on that weekly chart. Let's see what we see. I mean, the next high is way up here at $5. So I mean, there's a ton of room still for this one to move if it wants to. I'm not saying it's going to move. I'm not saying it's going to move there, but I mean, you're just taking one aspect of why it won't go up out of the equation. Many other reasons why it won't keep moving higher. Profit taking probably is one. I mean, a stock that has gone up, 41%. At some point, you're going to get a lot of profit taking or some profit taking. A moment, please, guys. Well, this VKTX now, guys, this is now basing nicely. This is now basing nicely just below the highs here. And so we're not really in chase mode anymore. It's just basing nicely. So if it pops above those highs, I mean, there's really no resistance. I mean, we have to go back to 2018 before we start seeing these levels. And personally, I don't think that matters 5 years ago. What happened 5 years ago, and I think it makes any difference in the world. That's me. Some of you might, have a different idea, and that's fine. Yeah, that I know what you're looking at. You're looking at the in Interactive Brokers. Yeah, it's picking up some of our volume bursts. Question is, let's see if I can find one. Yeah, so there's at 9:30 there was a volume. This is from Interactive Brokers. I mean, Interactive Brokers is picking up some of our alerts and picked up another one at 9:46. Too much information though. Got to be more concise. Tonio, welcome to the room. Okay, you just have to go to my homepage. I'll put that link in. All right, so if you, excuse me, if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to the top here. So just scroll down until you see the scans, okay, the scan section. So click on the scan section, and this is the large cap gainers is the one that I'm showing. This one right there is called the large cap gainers from the open percent. Okay, and we have a halt here. This probably is this a SPAC? Yeah, this is a or an IPO. Okay, this is a night. Oh, okay, guys, keep an eye on this one. Chinese wheelchair maker downsized 8 million, so they had to downsize it. Offered 1 million shares at $8. Okay, boy, keep an eye on this one. Shoot, I wish I known about this one just a little bit earlier. This one can go absolutely crazy. 1 million shares, that's it. China. So there's the halt at 894. So there's the resume. Now you might say, well, wait a minute, how is that possible? So this is a quirk of our halt resume scan or alert window. Okay, I'd say that probably at least 90% of the time when a stock is an IPO, it'll show up as a resume for the first time. Okay, so that's why, because obviously it wasn't halted before then to resume, but now it's halted. A volatility halt, 894. I've loaded it, I think. Here it is. It's loaded. Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I mean, it just opened. It just opened. So it's loading in Interactive Brokers. $8. I'm sorry. Yeah, $8. Yeah, priced at $8 a share. 1 million shares at $8 a share. Guys, I'll be right back. Hey guys, give me a couple of minutes and I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So I see, okay, so this one just opened while I was gone. So ZJYL, right? That's a mouthful. And it just got halted on the way down now. So here's what I'm going to do. Well, got halted on the way up, and it looks like it's going to open quite a bit lower. So this is what I'm going to do is I am sticking a price alert up in this area, 10:30, and see if at some point during the day it takes that out. It is a China stock, yes. Tough time. You're talking about this, yeah, this ZJYL. And again, only 1 million shares and IPO price 8. So what time? 11:16 plus 12 seconds. So I'm sorry, it got halted almost immediately. I guess it got halted. So it came out of the halt. Okay, so it just opened. Now, this is a monster spread right now, 888, 949. It was actually 888.10. So making it pretty hard to trade right now. But anyway, very, very risky. But I have my alert set the high and see if it takes that out at some point during the day. Meanwhile, Levi's continues to inch its way up. 1792 is the high. Continues to inch its way up, LEVI. So this one is not shortable for me. The PYXS is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, you know what? This is like a tale of two, well, similar stores. Obviously, BBWI, Bath and Body Works Inc. You know, I mean, and through the 200-day moving average, next high looking left is around 39.21. Compare that to Bed Bath and Beyond. Still under a dollar? Come on. How about that? I mean, look at this, Bed Bath and Beyond, 80 cent stock. The other one, I mean, I don't know if they're exactly the same things, but they have survived, whereas Bed Bath and Beyond has not. Yeah, but Peter, we're trying to answer you here. You keep bringing up this idea about, I don't know why you are fixated on thinking you have to pay for the webinar. Ominous, Oscar, 666. Oh, I don't know. You'll have to do that, Elizabeth. It's 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, you'll have to do the you have to do the calculation. Well, Peter, okay, I noticed, I can see the transcript that you had your dialogue with Chris Varley, and you're saying the same thing yesterday. So anyway, I'll leave it. I'll let it go. I'll let it go. I mean, I just want to make sure you understand that you don't have to pay for the webinar. Okay, guys, Dawn is getting so darn close. I have to take this short. Don't have to, but I am going to. Okay, so I'm in the short of Dawn now. It's now below that. What is it? 1277. I'm sorry, it's below the 1277, and when you look left, it has a ton of room. So I'm in this short now. Well, Peter, I will let it go, but yeah, everything that goes to info@trade-ideas.com is visible to all of everybody at Trade Ideas, okay? Because we never know who's going to answer those emails. So All right, guys, let's see. Wow, Oscar still. At some point, this is going to be a tremendous short. Okay. At some point, it's a matter of, but could have thought it was going to be here, 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 but the next high is 706. 706. All right, guys, 11:30. So I just want to confirm there's going to be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. In about half an hour. So again, guys, the next high for this PYXS is up at 5. AUPH was on a tremendous run early. It still is, a little bit of a pullback here, not a huge pullback. The high looking left is around 1244. So this still has some room. AUPH, yeah, the high is 1240, sorry, 1240 looking left on a weekly chart. So a little bit of a pullback. Now, some of you might want to see it pull back closer to the VWAP, at 1128. All right, just confirmed it will be Michael in our YouTube room in about a little less than half an hour from now. So again, if you have questions about the Market Explorer, if you click on New and then the Market Explorer, Michael is the originator of all these different strategies. Okay, I don't know. I don't think this one is still available yet. The VWAP strategies. I don't think they're available, but you can ask him when. Okay, if you're interested. But of course, we have all the other ones too. Come on, Don. Yes. All right, guys. Now here's the trick. Because it has no support so far away. I got to figure out where I'm going to take some profit and all because running up, running up, running up. PYXS, PYXS. Here's another one on the move, guys. Boy, we're getting another low float China stock, NAAS, NAAS. The next high looking left for this one. Gee, look at this. I mean, this has got 748. Looks like the next high. Is that right? 637 is the next high, but so it's almost there. And that's NAAS. Well, obviously keep an eye on this one too. I mean, this has got the room, NAAS, 748, 740, 629. So it's above that high now. Okay, 637. So 637 was the next high. So for NAAS, 748. So about a dollar away from that high. China stock, low float. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news for NAAS. I do not have a China stock race. Easy enough to do. Talking candlestick. I mean, you just have to just give me a moment here. I missed my entry. Easy enough to do. You just have to have a list of China stocks, obviously, that you want to look at. I believe Andy or somebody has a race base, but the problem is that it's a symbol list. Okay, and so every symbol lists are unique to everybody, to each person's account. Now, we might have a symbol list, but I don't know how widespread it is. In other words, does it cover every single China stock? I don't, probably not. You see, I've got something called China here, but this might be something I just put together, and I can't give it to you. So unless it is the generic one, Yeah, I don't know if this China is a generic, if you understand what I mean, in which case you can just you click on it and when it shows up here, then you can just check it, only the following list and check it. If you see China in this add existing list, then you can check it. But I'm not going to guarantee that every single China stock is in there. Now, is that sortable or is that not sortable, but is that copyable? Yeah, no, I cannot see anything. If you cannot post anything in YouTube, you want to come over to the other trading room, you can do so, but you cannot post things. You cannot post anything in our YouTube room. Yeah, so it's so here's a list. I mean, I can give you a list. Somebody else. Oh, wait a minute. Can this be? Yeah, the problem is you're going to have to manually put it in. It doesn't look like this is. You can't copy all the symbols. But here you go. Okay, so you might have to do a little bit of work creating your symbol list and copying them in, and then basically attach the list, attach the symbol list to a top list window, and then launch the race from it. So this list of China stocks is updated automatically, and is current as of yesterday. Now, I guarantee that the new IPO today is not, it will not be there. The problem is, Patrick, is that it'll be a symbol list and it cannot, you cannot, unfortunately, we can't copy a top list that has a symbol list in it so that you'll see the symbol list. That's the problem. Okay. I like to do change from the open, talking candlestick. My races are always changed from the open. Now, that's my personal preference. Doesn't mean that's what you have to do or anybody else, but that's what I like to do, the change from the open. Okay, so, well, you can try it, but it may not be a complete list, talking candlestick, okay? I don't know, I don't know who's responsible for updating it. I know I'm not. So you can try it and see what happens. I mean, I'm sure you'll have things like BABA and all that in there, all those in there, but if you're looking for some of the newer ones, they may not be in there. But you know what? That list had 249 names in it. I mean, it might take you what, 5 minutes to type them in, and then you'll have the complete list. No, I understand, but and I gave him the link. I gave the person the link in our YouTube room. What I was hoping for though is a way to just copy these and copy them en masse. But it doesn't look like copy, copy. What does that mean? Okay. So what you can do is just export it to Excel, and then you'll have a row of them or a column of them. Okay. So that's what I would do. I mean, this is supposedly a complete list. Okay. And so you can export it to an Excel file, and then you'll have, and then all you have to do is copy a column. Thank you, Dradi. Okay, so that makes it easy. That'll be a full list because at the bottom it says is updated automatically and is current as of yesterday. Okay. All right, guys. So I did confirm that it'll be Michael in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes, a little less than 15 minutes. So I'll put the YouTube link in. So again, this is your opportunity, every Tuesday between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Michael is in our YouTube room. So this is an opportunity for you to, certainly ask him questions about the Market Explorer. You click on New and then Market Explorer. And here are the strategies that he has created. I don't think the VWAP strategies, anchored VWAP strategies, are available yet, but you can ask him. Okay, you can ask him. Well, I guess to get rid of the, so as you call them, the trashy stocks. You're talking about trashy stocks in terms. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room in terms of they don't trade very much, or because I would always then put a minimum volume in the top list. So that would eliminate some stocks like that, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, so you can so you could take a list and put a price range and a minimum volume. So that would eliminate the trash. Because you never know. One day, one of those trashy stocks could do something. So as long as you have filters in place, you won't see them until they actually do something. Okay, so here's the first red candle, big red candle that we've seen for PYXS. As I said earlier, this is not shortable for me. Well, guys, this VKTX is really basing nicely. Now, I've said this for a while. I refuse to believe that this will stay here for the rest of the day. Okay, so are they going to move higher or is it going to move lower? Now, this is shortable for me. Tons of shares, actually, 1.4 million. So lots of shares. Probably most brokerages have shares to short for this one. Or it might take out that high right there. I just don't think it's going to stay around the 1450 mark for the rest of the day. So I'll put an alert around 14 for this. And I have my alert set on the high side. The VWAP is 1368. So I've got my alerts on either side. And see what happens later on in the day. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. So this is another one, another really cheap one, SNOA. It's trying to test the VWAP. 127 is the VWAP. And this is running up, running up, running up. Wow, look at this in the pre-market. I don't know if that's real, that it hit 250. I don't know if I can believe that topping tail. But SNOA, low float, another low float, 4.6 million in the float. So we're starting to get these low floaters are starting, look at this, right through the VWAP now, approaching the VWAP even more vigorously. This is SNOA. This might be a better gauge of what could stall it, 139. Interesting reel, yeah. Okay, guys, this SNOA, I don't know where it's going, but yeah, to me, it just looks like there's too many little areas where it could stall up to this point of 150. All right, so I'm just waiting for Michael now to show up. So I'm just going to put the announcement in here. I'm still here until he shows up. All right, guys, again, just keep an eye on the VKTX. I would bracket it, put a price alert a little bit above, one a little bit below, and see if it takes it out one way or the other. Look at the volume, 39 million. So possible that it'll trade the float today, but maybe not. 39 million, 40, 67 has another 27 million to trade. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. Not in the YouTube room, of course, but I'll put myself on mute. And I'll just wait for Michael to show up. All right, guys. Well, still in the dawn short, and obviously lots of room underneath, lots and lots of room. I don't know where this is going. And Dawn, not DON, but DAWN, in case you're just listening to me and don't see my screen. Yeah, I don't, again, I'm looking at this SNOA. I just don't believe this happened for real. That it had a spike up to 250. That's at that 7:30 candle, the 15-minute candle. I just don't believe that happened. All right, guys, just waiting for Mr. Naus to show up. All right, Don, guys, Don. Okay, Michael's a little bit late. Normally he's, did it really? It's, okay, it's hard to believe that happened. Okay, there he is. Mr. Naus himself.
Hello, what's going on?
Fashionably late.
30 seconds.
Uh,
Slave driver.
I've got a minute and 30. I've got 12:01:32 right now.
Yeah, that's
So,
just your weird West Coast time.
oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah. It's all good
How
over
are you?
here. Oh, it's going. A lot of work for this Thursday webinar.
Yeah.
In the swamp.
What sort of work do you have to do actually? I mean, it's Brian's show really, but what? Wait a minute. You're talking about the Brian's webinar, right?
Right.
Yeah. So what sort of work do you have to do?
Well, people
Well,
will have to tune into the webinar to find out more, but we are launching a add-on to Trade Ideas. Maybe I shouldn't leak it entirely, but people will find out more on the webinar.
oh, cool.
So yeah, I'm doing a lot of building for that.
Are we
stuff.
talking about something that starts with the letter A?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, so I'm working on that, and then we're trying to get that kind of all well and done, and then I've got other webinars that day, and just a lot of stuff. But it's better to be busy than bored, right?
Yes, sirree. You're looking. Today is not a boring day at all. At least the stuff that I'm in this wonderful short right now, Dawn, DAWN. Take a look at this one.
Yeah, I see it up there.
Yesterday, I saw it yesterday, and I was waiting on it to do what it's doing today, and it just didn't do it. But luckily, I remembered, and so I had it thumbnailed somewhere, and then all of a sudden, I just saw it start to break underneath that 1277. If you look left on a weekly chart, you'll see 1277 is a low. And once it did that, I sprung. And now, of course, when you look when you look left, I mean, the next low is 640. I'm not saying it's getting there, as you know, Michael, but boy, oh boy, this has been wonderful.
It's just one thing I never have luck with from a day trading point of view is the whole technical breakout. But I guess you're just trading the momentum. If you look at, looking at the daily chart, there's definitely a lot of early warning signs that it could break that level.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Okay, my friend, I will leave you. Would you like me to show up a little bit early? Do you have something going on at 1 o'clock?
No, just work, so I can start that whenever.
Okay. Okay, Michael, I'll leave
All
you.
right.
I'll leave you to it right now.
Cool. Have a good one.
Thanks. I will. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now that the teacher's away, essentially what we do is we open up the looks better. We open up the chat room for an hour each day to question and answer. So feel free to ask any and all questions about trade ideas if you're struggling at any, throughout the way. If you're struggling at all, just let me know, because there's something cool that we do at Trade Ideas that a lot of places don't do, in which we give adequate time and adequate resources to make sure that people are able to answer questions because, again, we know our software and trading softwares in general can be complicated just because you're trying to set something up for your trading plan. There's some people out there who don't even have that yet. They're trying to figure out how to make it go at it. So the more questions you ask, the less kind of waffling on I'll be doing about random stuff. All right. So Barry's talking about the market. I haven't even looked at it. I've done a couple day trades, but yeah, this is one of those things that he must be talking about. The lower float kind of stuff is moving because the SPY is exactly where it opened, and we're inside this range as well. So, right, if I just take a look at, I'm always marking out this range right here, which that's the high of FOMC, that FOMC day, and then that's the low of that FOMC day. And then I'm calling this like the bank collapse high. This is right before banks started exploding. And then that's the bank collapse low. So as long as we are, within this range, that is also within this range. Yeah, you really have to be kind of stop hunting. And then just to take it one step further, right? We have that low, which is kind of the bear market low. And then we have, I would kind of classify that as the bear market high. So we're within a range, within a range, within a range, and then having a little kind of not inside, but a little doji day. So for what I do, it's a good day that I'm kind of focused on some other things. But am I an investor or a trader? I am a swing trader, so I don't day trade, but I focus on days into weeks as opposed to someone that may focus like minutes to hours. So all traders, but really has to do with just what time frame do you focus on, which is important. I didn't want that. I would even argue investors in some respect are traders. They are just focused on an even longer time frame. They are still going to make money. They're still going to, they're looking to buy something that's going up or sell something that's going down. So it just all boils down to time frame. How do I find potential stocks for a swing? Well, I always start with the trading plan that I worked on for years. It's like no different from how do you find stocks for day trading, right? It's what's your trading plan? Are you a revision to the mean trader, or are you a kind of like Barry is? Are you a momentum trader? Right? Do you focus on stuff in the news, or do you focus on gaps, or do you focus on what is it, right? So first of all, that's what you got to figure out is what is it that you're looking for swing trading, and then you kind of build the scans from there. So for me, I'm what's called as a relative strength trader, which basically just means I want to find the stuff that is outperforming the S&P 500 at least for a short period of time, and I'm just going to focus on that stuff, like what's going up at the time. Right, so this SGML is super interesting. Right, this chart below shows the pink line is the S&P 500, and the blue line is whatever chart I'm looking at. And you can see SGML is done very, very well in comparison to the market and is looking to kind of break out from here. So this would be something that I'd be interested in, assuming that we can close above this area right here. It's had a problem with. Oh, right. It's like anything. It's if you are a RSI divergence guy, right? You would go into the RSI divergence scan and you would start looking there. If you're, I'm on an incorrect server. Hold on. I was on the server that I'm building stuff with as opposed to what I got to show you guys. Here we go. Right. If you're a revision to the mean guy, you may build an oversold scan to look for stuff that's tanking. If you're um, a momentum trader, you may look for stuff that's maybe yesterday or the day before put in a big range one way or the other, and you're going to take that trade. But again, it all comes down to there's a million different ways to skin the cat, and trying to figure out which way makes most sense to you, and kind of which way you're gonna. But if you're like me and you like relative strength, then I would focus on in the Market Explorer. I would take a look at TI strength, right? That's at least there's some statistical kind of back tested advantage there. Um, that you can do, and you can say, oh well, there's some advantage as well, right? How often are the symbol lists updated? Depends what symbol lists you're looking at. They're all going to be updated differently. So if you're looking at uh, symbol lists for sectors and stuff like that, they're only going to be updated, maybe monthly or so, just in case a company changed sectors, which is rare but can happen. If you're looking for the daily candlestick ones, well, they're done daily. IPO in China, they're probably done around monthly, I would bet. Um, China actually may be done daily as well, because that's just taken from our data vendor. BJ Wholesale's breaking out a bit. So I wonder what that means for my ASO. Not yet. Academy Sports is one that I've been watching for a long time. The short float on this one actually keeps growing. So 30% of this is short. So I've anyone who hangs out here a lot has heard me make this rant before, but uh, you know what you're not looking for on a heavily shorted stock is right something that's a shitty company like AMC or Bed Bath and Beyond or whatever. Um, those things are heavily shorted because they suck. Especially Bed Bath and Beyond is probably going to go bankrupt soon. But so then the reason that you don't care about their short floats is because the shorts are happy, right? They're having a great time. They're making money. Even if Bed Bath and Beyond triples, most of those shorts are still up big. So you don't really focus on those, right? Because it's like they're not worried. There's really very little you could do to force them to cover or to scare them out. But something like ASO, with a third of the float short and it's butting up near all-time highs, that means for certain that most of those shorts, if not every single one of them, is having a really, really bad time. So if everyone's having a bad time, then you go, okay, well, that this might be a situation where shorts start to cover. So I've had a couple good trades on this one so far this year. Basically, just taking it, anytime it gets a nice little tight setup near highs and buying it as it breaks out to highs. Because again, you're looking for little short covering rallies there. But so I would just saw that BJ was on the TI strength scanner, so I thought that ASO might be moving as well, but not yet. So continue to watch. What time frame do I look at to take a swing trade? I just generally just use the daily chart and the weekly chart. So the daily chart will be, for setup and confirmation, and then for the weekly chart, I'm looking at trend, right? Because again, the way I look at things, and the way that the studies and the math done, right? There's simple studies done, like what happens if you buy stocks near 52-week lows versus what happens if you buy stocks near 52-week highs. Well, that study's been done ad nauseum, and buying stuff near 52-week highs outperforms buying stuff near 52-week lows, right? So there's basic things like that, right? We know that trends persist. Trends don't mean revert, right? Trends persist longer than they should if the market was random at all. So for me, I'm looking at the weekly chart just to see what the uh, what the trend is on the stock, and then the daily chart, I'm just looking for any tight consolidations that I can look at in um, the overall trend. Share the studies. I don't have them on me. You can Google, but like Meb Faber's famous study on buying the strongest sectors and holding them for a year outperforms the market is a good one. There was another one done by a company called Black Star Funds that basically just said what happens if you bought stocks breaking out to new 52-week highs. And they showed outperformance to the market there. Jadish, if you want to Google Jadish and momentum trading, he did a couple good studies on the same thing, just basically saying if I took a basket of stocks that performed well over the last 6 months, how likely are they to perform well over the next 6 months? And that was showing some relative outperformance in the market. Um, yeah, so you can take a look at those. I've done a whole presentation on that a couple times. Let me see if I can find maybe the studies will be in there, or at least enough so that you can find it. Where is this? But yeah, it's just, without getting into the boring math, right? The market is not normally distributed. It has fat tails, which basically, you just simply take that, um, you simply take that fact, and then you can extrapolate that out. So, right, if the market mean reverted, then it would be in some respects normally distributed and wouldn't have fat trending tails. And the fact that it does, again, you can extrapolate that down and say, okay, well, because the market um, doesn't mean revert and has these fat tails, um, you can kind of infer that. Oh no, that's not that one. You can infer that things will move, further than they should if the market is random. So this, I don't actually have the studies quoted in here, but there should be enough data for you to find them. Uh, and I can't share this because it's behind the company stocks, but um, on average, how long do I hold the stocks? I let the market decide that. On average, maybe a week or so, uh, maybe two. But it's one of those things that, like, in this market, my hold times are much shorter because the market is much choppier. E You know, you go back to 2020, I had a basket of stocks, including a couple of, like, the meme stocks and growth names and stuff, and I remember I was holding some of these for months, right? Obviously, if you're a trend trader, this type of environment is way easier for you than this type of environment, but, I'm still getting by and doing fine. You cannot add the RS line and RS line to the chart, and we do RS a little bit different than IBD that just has a simple RS line. That, to me, the calculations are a little bit simplistic. Um, they're actually a lot simplistic. It's basically just saying what stock is up the most. You could build a top list to find out what stocks is up the most. We use our TI strength algorithm, which is a little bit more advanced, where it's looking for things like uh, basically a lot of indicator readings. So how does it do? It's ranking things based off whether it's above or below certain moving averages, whether it's displaying bullish or bearish candlestick readings. How close is it on a position and range basis as opposed to a percentage return basis, which is how IBD does it. So, um, just in your Fargo new Market Explorer, and when you have your Market Explorer window, just right click and click Select Strategy and look for TI Strength in there is the way to find this scan. But yeah, we do it way differently than just a simple RS um, calculation. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so here's the study. So this is just a presentation that I gave a while ago. So this one was the one from Meb Faber. So again, you can just Google Meb Faber. And he basically just said, okay, what if? So this dark blue line is um, presenter view, an easier way to do it. And I can hit L, right? Yeah. So this dark blue line is the S&P 500. And then these other lines are what if I had just bought um, what if I had bought the top performing sector, or if I had split my portfolio into the top two performing sectors, or if I split my portfolio in the top three performing sectors. And you can see the pretty insane outperformance over time just by buying the strongest sectors and ignoring the weakest sectors and then rotating that on a pretty decent basis. And then this is the Black Star Fund study. And basically, what they just did is they said, okay, I'm going to buy a stock every time it hits a new 52-week high. I'm going to put believe it was a 10 ATR trailing stop, some sort of incredibly long trailing stop on it and just let it go. And you can see the amount of stocks that 51% or so over thousands of trade shows that you're gonna win, but your average winning trade was 49% and your average losing trade was 20%. So if you had narrowed this down to some sort of strategy, again, just proving that you're better off buying strong stuff and avoiding weak stuff and so on and so forth. um yeah, this was just something that I did. I don't think I have the Jadish study in this, but it's basically just showing that if you had bought Microsoft in 2020, it took to 2016 to make your money back. So if you're buying some of these companies that are getting murdered, um, you got to expect 16 years to potentially get back to highs. Where if you had just waited for the same thing just to start breaking back into highs, this amazing trade that you could have gotten off Microsoft, nearly 5x your money, as opposed to trying to fart around when it was trendless and in this range, right? So that's basically part of the premise behind TI Strength is that what you're doing a lot is you're looking for these things that are already in uptrends and making new highs as opposed to farting around in those ranges. And I had a lot of examples like this, right? Here's Wells Fargo, right? So this is 2008. You can see it came all the way till 2014. And again, you could have farted around in this range and tried to pick bottoms and do all kinds of stuff like this, but that was no fun. But if you just said, I'm just going to wait for this thing to break highs, you had a nice little trend here you could ride. And then when it starts to chop around again, you just stand aside, right? So yeah, I made this, right? If you're still holding Zoom saying, "Hey, this is a great company, it's gonna come back," maybe you're right, but are you okay sitting with your money dead until 2036, right? Again, just to show that these relative kind of ratios flow, here's XLE versus TAN. So this is basically dirty energy versus clean energy. You can see dirty energy increases, decrease, right? These cycles change. And same with this is value versus growth. So this was 2021 or 2020 when growth was everything. People were buying, you know, bankrupt movie companies and bankrupt companies that have sell towels, bankrupt video game selling companies, like all of these help pictures of rocks and JPEGs of monkeys and all of this craziness. And then we had a whole bunch of crap, and then now we have it so that, instead of buying those junky companies that don't make money, now everyone wants to buy companies that do make money. And again, if this ever starts again, I will be right along with everyone buying, GameStop and right, knowing full well that that company has no business or reason to exist. I don't care. If it's going up, I'm gonna own it, and if it's going sideways or down, I'm gonna avoid it, right? So and that's a lot of what TI Strength does. There's another scan in the Market Explorer under the Relative Strength Index, which is, looks for this. And basically what this is saying is these stocks, based off momentum indicators, have been unable to get oversold for over a year. And there's, most of the time, they're gonna be starting to break out. Like, this one is one that I missed. I was actually gonna buy this. I had this on watch yesterday, and it just rocketed without me, so it's unfortunate, but it's like, I would rather get involved in a company like this that's, making new highs and consolidating and making new highs and consolidating and then making new highs, than to try to pick the bottom on something like this, right? That right, where's the bottom, right? Was the bottom $10 when it pulled back from 30? Was it $5? Was it $2? Was it a dollar? Is it now 79 cents? Who knows? Um, and AGI was another one that was just looking amazing. Gold has been ripping, right? So you could say, "Hey, this one's in an uptrend. Let me look to buy this in an uptrend." Or if, you wanna live the hard life, you could say, "If this thing is in a downtrend, let me try to guess when the downtrend's gonna end." Um, right, and all of these uptrends at some point will, switch to downtrends and vice versa, right? Like, I always use Zoom as an example, or, Peloton is another example, right? Back here, this thing was in an uptrend, and the TI Strength algorithm owned Peloton a few times in this uptrend, and I myself owned Peloton in this uptrend, even though the whole time I'm saying this is a stupid company that got a bike with an iPad taped to it, but that stupid company with a bike with an iPad taped to it was going up, so I'm gonna own it. And then when it starts doing this choppy mess, you just find something else. And then when it's in a downtrend, well, then you go, I'm not interested anymore, right? If it ever starts going in an uptrend, you're not just gonna wake up one day and Peloton's gonna be back to 150, right? To get to 150, it's gotta get over 10, it's gotta get over 20, it's gotta get over 50, and then somewhere in that uptrend, there will be entry points, right? Now, if it's like a drug company or something like that, that could announce something overnight that, makes it go up 10x, then yeah, I just say it's still hard to damn near impossible to predict that. Um, but that makes a little bit more sense, right? Let me just check the Market Explorer. I would like Well, and just so yeah, Peter, I know we've gone over this before, but I'll remind you and go over it for everyone because this is a really cool thing that I think that we have where we can basically compare two charts. So you take a chart, you take any chart you want, you right click on it, you hit select chart style, and then you get this box right here. You go to comparisons, you type in whatever symbol you want to compare it to, and then you make sure this percentage box right here is ticked. You click OK, and you're good to go. Oh, you can do things while you're in there under select chart styles, like you can change the thickness of the line and the color of the line, and all that kind of stuff. Just customized to your heart's content. But you can do that. You can also compare more than one if you want to put PPQ in there. You can do that as well. Maybe I want to do IWM, which is your small cap, and maybe I want to do MDY, which is your mid caps. So you can do up to 5 symbols plus the symbol you're looking at, so 6 symbols. Um, but for me, it's I want to compare. Yeah, you'll see that most of the indices kind of move in tandem. For me, uh, I want to compare what I'm looking at to the indices, right? So this OR, whatever this guy is, must yeah, it's cool. Makes sense, right? OR is pushing up, whereas these markets are just kind of chopping around. So this one broke out to new highs. I wouldn't buy it up here; it's a little overextended. But if you'd gotten it over 14, or has this clear resistance area, then that was a good trade already. So yeah, just do it again. Just right click and then go to select chart style, and then it's under the comparison tab. You just type in what you want. I'm gonna just turn it all back to SPY. And then again, sliders, and you can click on this to do your colors if you want, if you want to get fancy with it. That's how you do that. My looming question would be what are the early signs of relative strength? Do you have an amount of days and an uptrend? Well, so like everything in trading, what is or is not relative strength is going to have a lot to do with what your time frame is, right? So, there are people who will use relative strength on an intraday time frame. Right? Maybe you're day trading. Um, Maybe news comes out, and you think that that news is going to mix up. Um, let's use semiconductors, right? XYZ news drops, and all of a sudden you believe that semiconductors they're going to be in play that day. Whether they're going to go up or they're going to go down, who knows? They're going to be in play that day. So what you do is you end up maybe making a list of semiconductor companies and sorting by which ones are in the high end or the low end of, of their uh, of their day's range or even of yesterday's range. So for you, relative strength may be what are the top performing semiconductor companies today? Just based off of your trading style there. Now, for someone like me, it's more about um, For me, it's more about saying, over my time frame, which I talked about before, is like days to week. Over my time frame, what is the relative kind of outperformance? So again, all of this is built into TI Strength, and I'm the one that built TI Strength, so there's some bias there. But so what's the highest right now? MPC is the highest on. So this is the number one ranked in TI Strength right now, right? So that doesn't mean that I will just buy it because it's the top rank, but I'll take a look at it and I'll say, okay, this is obviously performing, outperforming the. Let's do go back the SPY. Right? You don't need to be a CMT to see that this line is going up or this line is just going sideways. So there's some good performance there, and then I would just apply some pretty standard technical analysis to it, right? So right away, I just kind of see that we have this flag pattern, and pennant or wedge or whatever. I know there's all these weird. When I took my CMT, there's all these weird technical desertions from it, which I don't care about. It's went up and now it's got this tightening pattern. So if it can break maybe over this downtrend line, that's probably where I'll look to get involved in something like MPC, right? This SGML, I can see that every time it's gotten to like 38 bucks. You can see that kind of right here. Um, there is a little drawing tool. These are the new charts that I'm playing with. Woo. Yeah, I don't want that. I'll just do that. Right. So right there, kind of right there. And then again, right here. Right. So these areas you can see it's probably easier too if I just draw a line like that guy and just make it thick. And every time it gets to 38, it was unable to close below 38. Right? That's happened a few times already. So I'll simply say, okay, if we can get a close below 38, that would be kind of a change in pattern for that. That's probably where I'll pick this guy up. So if we can get a close above this 38 area, I'll take a look at that and then, probably put my stop below the day or something. And if it fails to break out, then I'm out quickly and I know I'm wrong and it's time to go. So like anything, like any indicator is probably a good way to put it, whether that's a VWAP or an RSI or a MACD or a linear regression channel or whatever it is, that is a potential reason to look at a stock. And then for me as kind of a purist from the technical side of things, uh, it's going to be a judgment call based on kind of what I see in price. But um, for me, it's just kind of a rule of at least over the last, for my hold time, which is days to week, I want some relative outperformance on some basis, and I want it to be in an uptrend. So, the idea and the reason why this may work for someone wondering, what the heck we're talking about is large institutional money doesn't move in and out of things quickly, right? There's HFT algorithms and little games and stuff like this that they play. But if I am a Warren Buffett or larger, I'm a large hedge fund manager or any kind of institutional trader, I just can't buy into or out of things without dramatically moving the market and really, really hurting my returns and performance, right? So I have to sneak into or out of things. So what will happen is, say the whole market takes a dump and you notice that there's like a handful of stocks that didn't sell off. Well, that generally meant that they were met with buying as the market was falling apart. So that means that somebody was using the overall market weakness as a chance to buy this company's name. So you can kind of, again, extrapolate that out a little bit and say, okay, well, if that's true, then what are the reasons? Um, is that going to continue, right? So if they're buying this name, are they going to buy it for longer periods of time, and vice versa, right? So say the market's ripping. For example, the that semiconductor thing that I did. Let's say all the semiconductors are on fire because there was some semiconductor news. I know they've been doing well recently, and I think, people are attributing that to the AI stuff being processor intensive. But let's say all of them are ripping except Intel, right? So NVIDIA's on fire, and um, Qualcomm is doing great, and AMD is doing fantastic, and Intel's just sitting there. Well, probably means that there's some institutions that are either A, not buying, or B, selling aggressively Intel. So, as a relative strength and weakness guy, I would just infer to say, I don't want to buy, or if I think the whole space is going to reverse, then I would choose to sell or to short Intel, right? And if, say Nvidia is doing the best, well, then I'm going to buy that one because it is our job as retail traders is not to like invent the wheel or discover something amazing that nobody else has thought of or anything like that. Our job is to simply look and kind of ride the coattails of the institution. We keep forgetting its name, and chat usually knows, but the example I usually give is that fish that rides on the whale's back and like eats. Um, like, like cleans the whale as it goes, and then it also gets like scraps that fall out of the whale's mouth, and that's just how it lives. That's us. And if you don't like that, then start your own hedge fund or something. But yeah, so we're just riding. So if SGML is, a lithium company, that's all I know. It's breaking out to new highs, and while the market certainly is not breaking out to new highs, so this seems to be one that at least for a period of time, and it was outperforming like for ages, right? This IPO'd, I think. Is this the IPO price? Yeah, this IPO'd and just started ripping. So it IPO'd at 10 and it's at 40 now. So at any time here, this thing would have shown relative outperformance to the market. And right last time it set up this kind of exact same pattern and broke out. It went from 20 to near 40. So, you know, do I think it's gonna am I buying it here with the expectation that it's going to 80? No, but could it? Yeah. The point is that I'm just risking, if it closes kind of back under maybe 35, we'll say, I'll get back out. So then any kind of push, so that's 3 points. So as long as I think that I can make anywhere between 3 to 6 points on it, that's a trade I should take, and then rinse and repeat over and over again. Do I have any book recommendations on relative strength and weakness? Do I also trade relative weakness? I don't. Um, I look at relative weakness as a way to avoid, uh, buying stuff that's weak. So, for example, if the market has an absolute ripper day, and I open up my portfolio and I look at it, and say there's some stocks that outperformed and there's some stocks that kind of moved in line, and then there's a handful of stocks that were like down or flat for that period of time. well, I'll look at that and I'll say, okay, well, these are relatively weak. It's time to probably get rid of them, right? They're not performing with the market. And seeing, if the market is just in this nice steady uptrend, and then I have a couple names that just aren't doing anything, I'll say, okay, it's probably time to go because when the market reverses and pulls back a bit, then these are probably going to be the things that are going to be the hardest hit. Um, so I use relative weakness that way. I just don't personally short myself, and it's mainly just because I'm not that great at it. But the same way I talked about this RSI scan, saying if you look at the ones where the RSI is unable to get oversold, that's generally a sign of strength. We have one that if the RSI is unable to get overbought, that's generally a sign of weakness. So if you look at a lot of these, they'll be doing the same thing, right? So again, if you look at the chart below, you can see even if you just go from when the market made its little turn up here after the banks started to collapse, that's been doing great. Home Depot's just been getting killed. Uh, JAMP, whatever this one, JAM, like this has been just underperforming the market dramatically, and this actually looks like it could sell down here. So, um, I don't. I should. The I just I basically sat down at the end of the year is usually when I do this, and I just kind of go through my trading for the year, and I just found that I wasn't very good at shorting. I was okay at shorting, you know, when the market was weak, buying some inverse ETFs and stuff, but generally speaking, just not the best from the short side. So I just don't do it. I just rather go to cash. But now for book recommendations on relative strength and weakness, well, the um, William O'Neill, uh, How to Make Money in Stocks is always a golden one. He mentions this. He wrote that book ages ago, and it's not about relative strength and weakness, but he mentions it a number of times. What's the one? Let me look. Dual momentum investing. Yeah, this dual momentum investing by Gary. Not even gonna Anta. Uh, Seems like it's an Italian last name. Just paste that in there. So dual momentum essentially refers to absolute and relative momentum, which would be basically what I'm looking at here in SGML, right? So the relative momentum would basically just be because this is breaking out, or sorry, the relative momentum is just that the SPY has been moving down to flat for the last couple weeks or month, and this is moving up. So that's what they would define as relative momentum, as opposed to looking at the stock priced in dollars, which is how most people look at stock. Most people don't look at it like that, and I think that has a lot to do with, right, most of you guys being American and just looking at it and say, "Oh, it's priced in American," but really, there's no this is just SGML over US dollars, right? So, SGML over the SPY, if you priced it in kind of units of the SPY, you can see that it would be outperforming. That line would be moving up as well. So that's the relative momentum. And then absolute momentum is just, right, that it's in an uptrend and it's breaking out to new highs. Um, and yeah, these concepts are not uh I didn't invent these, right? These are not new. They're just not new concepts. What I believe is happening. So again, the reason they work, we talked about how institutions take long to get in and out of positions, but also you just got to look at it from a tax point of view. So say I'm an institution and I own some SGML and I own some Bed Bath and Beyond, and I've got to sell. something because I need to raise cash because I've got another idea or whatever it is, right? I need to sell something. If I sell SGML, I it's at new all-time highs. That means definitely whoever bought this at any point in time is making money on this stock. Um, the uh, if I sell that, I have to pay the old government a big chunk of cash, right? I gotta pay them some fat stacks uh, of cash. Now, if I sell my Bed Bath& and Beyond, because that's at all-time lows, it means everybody who's ever bought Bed Bath& and Beyond ever is losing money on it. So I would definitely be losing money on that as well. So if I sell my Bed Bath& and Beyond, well, I get tax credits that I could apply to other things, kinda down the road. So, it's there's a lot of different angles in which this works. And again, I think the issue with this is just that there's two things that I think that happen that make people really resistant to this concept of buying stuff that's going up and selling stuff that's going down. And one of it, I think, is a lot of it the rooting for the underdog effect, right? If you watch Rudy and you don't root for Rudy, then you're probably a monster. But so we always root for the underdog. So I think people want to buy stuff that's selling off and get that turnaround. And then the other thing is I think that people look at the bottom of the chart as its support and the top of the chart as if it's resistance. And then at the same time, they're looking to, if they take something, if they look at like I don't know, pick your meme stock, but if they look at a Bed Bath and Beyond, they're saying, well, if this only, if I buy it here and it only gets back to right up there, then that's, 6, 7 times my money. Just ignoring the fact that, this thing's obviously in a downtrend, right? This company's obviously struggling financially, is on the verge of bankruptcy kind of every minute. But they can envision that target, right? They can see that, oh yeah, it was there just a couple months ago, so maybe we'll get there again. If I can just get it up to that area, then that's fantastic and everything's fine. Whereas if you take an SGML, it's a lot harder to envision how high this thing can go because it's never been this high before. So I think those are the kind of psychological phenomenon that are keeping people from doing this kind of stuff. But it's like most things in trading, right? Trading's a very interesting game because most of the things that you think about and most of the things you apply to other aspects of life are completely wrong, right? Where um, in every other aspect of life, the harder you work and the more you do, the more you make, or the better you do. Where in trading, quite often um, it's how much you sit there doing nothing, right? So, can we add our screen to the TI strength strategy? No. And the reason for it is that the background calculation and mathematics being done by TI strength is insane, right? It's going through um 3,000 bars back across, I wanna say, over 100 indicators across the entire stock market, and it's doing it, like, once a minute. So, uh, it just if everyone was able to go in there and start tinkering with it, kill it would just kill the system. Um, each stock is different, including the patterns they create. Do you feel that entry signal is not a one size fits all when trading relative strength? Again, I don't think about it that much. And again, that will sound lazy, but eventually, right? You've been trading long enough, you'll agree that all we are doing at the end of the day is trying to put a very slight edge in our favor, right? All this talk I can do about relative strength and its power and trading with the trend and momentum and everything. It is all to gain a very slight edge on the market. So eventually, and this was for me, my kind of turning point in trading when I stopped caring about every single um, every trade, right? Every single kind of tick and every individual trade, and just looked at the long run, right? So yes, certain patterns are going to work better on certain stocks at certain times, blah blah. Issue is you'll never know, right? I'll buy this SGML if it can close over 38. I have no idea what's going to happen to it after that, right? That's not really my job is to go back and look, see how it would have reacted because maybe it worked the last three times. It doesn't mean it's going to work the fourth, and it may have failed the first three times. Doesn't mean it's going to fail the fourth, right? So what I'm doing is I'm trying to apply a probabilistic mindset across hundreds, if not thousands of trades that they have some sort of edge. And then lastly, I don't care about the win rate, right? My win rate is most certainly, it usually hovers at 50% or a little bit lower, but I don't care because when I'm right, I make multiple times my risk when I'm wrong. So for me, it's less about fine tuning and making sure that I'm correct more often. And it's more about maximizing how much I make when I'm correct. And that's another thing that trend trading and relative strength trading can do is that if I'm correct, right, SGML has the opportunity to make, multiple times my risk. So um, let's say it's going to make two times what I risk. So I'm going to risk, say, $1,000 to make $2,000. Then I just do the math and I say, okay, well, if I do that and I'm right, 50% of the time, if I'm right 30% of the time, and I kind of play that game over and over and over again, well, over the long run, I'm going to make a sizable amount of money because I'm going to be able to compound those returns, right? Another way of asking is, are you trading a stock because it's in an uptrend against the market? Or are you trading the pattern inside of the stock with the relative strength? So many questions. No, no, we do this. This is an hour every day just for you guys' questions. And the answer is both, right? I am I am seeing the stock because of how well it's performing versus the market, right? That's why I'm noticing the stock because this one's performing very, very well versus the overall market. My specific entry and exit, like we talked about too with MPC, um, my specific reason for entry or exit will have to do based off of the price action of that stock, right? This has this kind of wedge type pattern that if it can break out today or tomorrow and hold above here, then I'll take a trade on it. So it just like you could say, I want to scan for MACD crossovers, which is another scan that we have in the system here, right? So these are MACD crossover. If you're a MACD guy on trend plays, let's just add the MACD. Right. So say this is your thing. You like buying these MACD crossovers. Now, I would hope that that's not enough for you, right? That you're not just going to um, take this trade simply because the MACD is crossing over. But what you may do is you may use these MACD crossovers as a signal in order to then look at the stock. So the CNK, for example, you may look at it and say, okay, right, the MACD is crossing over here. That is the strategy which I tested, which I've done my tests. I have my write up. I have my trading plan. I'm good to go. But then I would hope you would evaluate it and say, okay, if you look at this price where it's at right now, $14, you can see the lows back here. That was important. So it had a big level at $14. Massive, man. The further I go back, you can see how important this $14 level was. Um, and now it's struggling here, you can see the high back here and the high over here and the high over here. So $14 is huge for this stock. So I would imagine you would say, okay, yes, that MACD is crossing over, but this $14 level is so huge, I'm gonna kind of scrap this one, or I'm going to wait for something else to occur in order for me to, if it clears that 14, maybe you just set a price alert at like 14.50, and you say, okay, I'm just gonna leave this alone until it gets up there, right? So no different from anything else. Yeah, it should be this is I'm going to take this trade for this reason. But I'm also going to make sure that I am utilizing price action to make sure I'm not like buying in front of a big level, or buying something like this HRO. I talked about how pissed I was that I missed this yesterday. I'm not going to buy it up here because that's just a little bit too overextended, right? Would a would the pattern outperform buying relative stocks at random? Um, so the back test that I've done with TI Strength is essentially performing the top rating things based off that algorithm on Friday and holding them for a week, right? That's how the back test is done, and that outperforms the market, right? Now, the issue with that becomes, simple things like where do I put my stop loss, all of that, right? So everything I'm doing is a calculation based off my risk. So SGML, for example, if I just buy it here at random, I don't know how much to buy, and I don't know where to put my stop loss. Now, if I now incorporate the pattern in this, and I incorporate the stock's price action, well, that makes my decision making a little bit clearer, right? So you got to remember, the direction of a stock is not even the biggest part of the equation, right? It's if I buy it, if it holds over 38, if it closes over 38, if I buy it there, then where do I put my stop loss and how much do I buy? So for this, I was going to say I was going to buy it over 38. Looks like it's pulling back under that now, so probably won't. But then if it closes, I'm saying 35. So now that I know where my entry point is and where my potential exit point is, now I can start doing some calculations and saying, okay, if I'm risking $1,000 and I'm risking 3 points roughly, then roughly I can buy 300 shares of the stock. Um, because again, the risk management side of things is way more important. You can take someone with a 90% win rate who's really, really good at picking entries and they can lose money as a trader. And you can get someone else who is not so good at picking entries and they can make a bunch as a trader because they're managing that risk management side so that when they're wrong, they lose X, and when they're right, they make kind of multiple times that X. I hear sweet nothings in my ear.
Ooh, okay, I'll shout and yell. We don't want that. But my Don, I've been listening to you talking about. I didn't know you didn't short that much. I mean, I know you're a swing trader, so I guess you're not going to swing shorts very much. But I thought you
Intraday,
would.
yeah, intraday.
Oh yeah, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm agnostic intraday. When it comes to
okay.
holding overnight, especially something like this Dawn, right? It's a
Hmm.
pharmaceutical company. I would be, and it's not so much that it's I'm worried about the risk. It's just honestly, I sat down one day and I looked at all of my trading throughout the year, and if I had not shorted, um, I would have made roughly the same. So my shorts throughout the entire year, and this was I think 2021, where the market was kind of range bound.
Hmm.
Um, they were pretty much a scratch. So then I look at it and I say, okay, well, what what am I risking to make near nothing? And is it just better that if the market was selling off, I move to cash and then just like, you know, be more productive at trade ideas as opposed to watching the market.
And you were swing trading these shorts?
Yeah. Yeah.
You were. Oh, okay. See, I've never done that. I've never, ever, ever. I think once. I think one time I swung a short. I can't even remember. It's years and years ago. But yeah, I have not. Well, I'm not a big swing trader at the best of times, even on the long side. But yeah, I would, and I certainly would not swing a bile. Definitely. Either on the top side or the short side.
Well,
You know,
yeah, and
I
I
just
would just rather, and when people ask me about that, that risk, right? So this Dawn company looks like a great day trade short. The company's just kind of falling apart here.
awesome.
If they
It's
come
been
out
awesome.
overnight and they have some sort of FDA
Yep.
trial, your
Yep.
face is just ripped off. But what I would
Oh
do is when
yeah.
people say, "Okay, well, what do you do when selling?" I tell them cash. A lot of people don't like that, right? Especially, well, the newer traders always want to be in stuff. They always want to be doing stuff. But
Hmm.
what I'll do sometimes, and what other people, again, if they always want to be in, is like, look, I got the SQQQ up, right? So, you can take an inverse ETF for a period of time if you think the markets are going to sell, um, and you can make some pretty good money off of those, right? Because they're leverage products. And then the other thing is the
Hmm.
VIX, right? So what VXX is the ETF equivalent, right? If you
Yeah.
think over the next few days the market's going to tank, and you just don't want to sit in cash for that period of time when the market's going to tank, you can play these ETFs, and the beauty of it is that there's the old saying, right? The staircase up and the elevator down.
Hmm.
When the market tanks, you get really, really, really rewarded from these inverse ETFs, because when the market sells, it usually doesn't do so gracefully, right? Like, so this move right here in August went from 33 to 60, right?
Hmm.
So even if you had a small amount, say you were in cash, and because you had some idea that this was going to occur, you just bought a little bit of SQQQ, and that doubles. Well, there you go, right? That's your gambling for you, and you made a few bucks while you did it. So good for you.
Yeah. Yeah, something I've never done. I've never played any ETF. I can't remember the last time I bought one. Yeah, I just don't do that, and I don't think about what the market's going to do. That's the other thing. I don't try to. People ask, well, "What do you think is going to happen tomorrow?" I have no idea. Zero idea.
Well,
I
and
mean,
that's the yeah, because what you're doing is you're reacting to news and momentum in the moment, right? So,
yep.
yeah, so this Dawn doesn't give a shit. Like, the market could turn around and just rip, and
Hmm.
whatever has this thing falling into bed, it's not really going to react much to
No.
it. And then I didn't think of that. That is a third way to deal with it. If you're in low float and you're in momentum type plays and you're in all of these plays, yeah, the market, stuff like this doesn't care, right? If there's a XYZ biotech or something, yeah, it doesn't care that the market's up or down a 0.5% today, or something
No.
like that.
Well, yeah, we're always looking for the alpha stocks trading on their own and not caring within reason what their sector is doing or what the overall market's doing. That makes it a lot easier for me
Well,
anyway, the way I trade.
yes, and that's specifically, well, you can swing those, but I would say that's a lot of day trading focus, because what happens is when you are in lower float and smaller stocks, um, they don't have institutional involved. They're not part of an ETF, right? Like, so,
Right.
like, you will never be able to decouple Apple from the S&P 500, because Apple makes up like 10% of the S&P 500. But yeah,
Hmm.
this Dawn isn't, if it's in something, it's in like the IWM or a small cap index, but it's probably too small to be in anything. So yeah, it's going to
Right.
move kind of completely. Yeah, it's under $1 billion micro, so it's a micro cap, and yeah, it's just not gonna care. So yeah, so again, if you guys think, if you're like, the market's gonna tank and I want to be long something, that's another way to look at it. Just look at stuff that's not gonna care what the market does.
Michael, I better let you go just because I got to take over all the other rooms. So
Yes, sir.
I'll let you go, and we'll probably maybe not hear you in 51 minutes, but I might see your presence.
Yes, I will see you in a
Okay.
bit.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Let me let me just get the screen back. Rooms, there we go. Okay, guys, back in everything. I was talking to Michael there, a little extended period in our YouTube room. Um, Don has been in, I was just talking about the Don trade. The Don, I don't know how many other people took this one, but this has been just an awesome little short, guys. And just basically just because I recognized it from yesterday, and there was that low down here of 1277. The break at that low, not that I took it right at 1276 or anything like that, but once it broke that low, and also look what happened here. It also hit 1264 and at 1034. So that has just been an awesome short. I mean, it got all the way down to 12, little down to 12. I'm out most, I covered most, I would say, between 1206 and 1210. And I have a little bit left just in case it wants to take out 12 and really crater, because again, look left and it has all this room down here, 640. So now the VKTX, while I was gone, yeah, so just as I was taking my break, right here is where it finally kind of broke out. Remember, I was saying I would put an alert at the top end of this and one at the downside. Well, obviously, it did not take out the downside, not yet anyway. And yeah, I mean, this still has, there's no real resistance. Again, I think I said you have to go back to 2018 before you see these sort of levels. And I don't think, I don't think it matters what happened 5 years ago for VKTX. So there's no real resistance for this. Unfortunately, it happened when I was on my break. Meanwhile, yeah, this FRC, I mean, earlier on, it was trying to hold on to that 14. And I mean, really early, right around here. And then, boy, since then, look at this move. Little bit of a pull up here and then just a giant red candle. So I think what I'll do, guys, is I have the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock in about 40 or 50, 50 minutes or so. I think I'll do my quick video now, get that out of the way, so then I can come back. So just give me a moment. What time is it? 1:13, yeah, say 1:24. All right, so I'm muting myself again. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so this NAS, NAAS, I almost took this one, guys. This was, I have some price alerts set up here. Saw this one early. Another Chinese relatively recent. Yeah, they're ringing the bell. That's right. They're ringing the bell, I think. Is it the one that's ringing the bell soon? Their NASDAQ listing? Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's another one. At any rate, NAAS had a great run, got all the way up to 778. It pulled back. I have some alerts set for 750. I want to see if it, in fact, yeah, 748 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. That's why I've got my alert set for 750. See if it takes it out again, because if you look left, the next highs are around 1095. So we have some room still if it takes out 750. So I see the OSCR is starting to drift down. I think it's coming into a VWAP, isn't it? Yeah, 607 is the VWAP. Yeah, first time my chart has not loaded. Charts have been pretty good the last couple of days for me anyway. So there's the VWAP, guys, 607. And look at what OSCR is doing. It's getting into the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold? And if it doesn't, this finally could turn into a short. I mean, look, if you had the wherewithal to short at the top, pretty tough to do. Yeah, I mean, that's a tremendous short, but let's see what happens at the VWAP right here, 607. Saw this IHS earlier too, guys. IHS, not a big, sorry, not a low float, 121 million in the float. This is an earnings play. Had really nothing happening in the pre-market. Market opened, then it'll pop, and it's been basically inching its way up all day. When you look left, so 863. Yeah, could be some pretty tough resistance that it's coming into right now. Right around that 860 mark, could be. I mean, if it can get through that, then the next high is 950. So if it can get through that, I actually took the wall off my thumbnail. I still have FRC in a thumbnail, but woo, yeah, 34 down to wow. Yeah, I have not really been following the banks today. Really? AMC RIP? Let's see what an AMC RIP looks like. Right. You are right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm going to give it its due. AMC RIP. 552 is the next high. And GME also. GME is putting in a little rip. How's Ape doing? Hmm. Haven't had a slowdown like this for a while. So Ape is doing the same thing. I should say obviously, but Ape and AMC. Gasparino? Gasparino? Okay. Well, how much would they pay for them? I mean, they've got them over the barrel. How much would they actually pay for them? And it's halted. Do you, as in, do I use a VWAP pullback to the 8 simple moving average? I don't. Okay. Now you're asking, is it capable? Are you talking about on a daily chart, 8 simple, or like what time frame are you talking? Talking to Lambo Larry in our YouTube room. Because I think we have the 8 SMA on the daily chart as a data point. Yeah, to get a full explanation of the difference between APE and AMC, I'm not capable. Okay, just APE was created, I think, as some kind of a financing vehicle for AMC, but that is a very, very simplified way of a simplified explanation. Okay. Okay, so the 8 SMA 5 minutes. Okay, so we do have probably have to create a custom formula. Let me just quickly see. Okay, so here's the 8 SMA. So there's the data point SMA underscore 5 underscore 8. Okay, so we do have the data point. Now you can't get you will not get an alert. Okay, but you can find stocks that would be close. Putting them in, and here's the VWAP right there. There's the VWAP for the day. Have you ever created a custom formula? Okay, AMC just opened, guys. AMC just opened. Yeah, well, it would require a custom formula. Okay, I mean it's not hard. I mean there's the data point VWAP, and there's the data point for the SMA underscore 5 underscore 8. So it's not hard. I could get somebody to drop it into your account perhaps, but that would be the formula, okay? And then so the VWAP minus that, and you would put some kind of, and that would create a like a filter, just like all the other filters that we have, okay? And then so you'd have a min and a max box. So if you wanted the VWAP minus the SMA 5_8 to be, say, within no more than, say, 5 cents away, as an example, you would put in the max box 0.05. And there's a guide. So that would be the formula to use. And the guide shows you how to create one, like where you go. Let me just show you. Okay, so if I click on my homepage link that I just put in there, and I go to the guide, click down until you see the education section, click here for the guide, and here's the user guide. So custom formulas, how to create one, okay? Now, I've created the formula for you. All you have to do is go to this page and you'll see that, there's a source box that will pop up. You put that formula in and then that's it. And then you'll have a min and a max box just like any other filter. And so if you want the VWAP to be above, while you're saying approaching it from the downside, and how far, like what's the max you want it to be away? 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents, whatever that max is. Yeah, it's reinforcing a lot of things, Proud Christian. If you're talking to me regarding the Anchored VWAP book, yes. I mean, there are a couple of sections I really want to reread. Because I kind of some of the stuff like I didn't really care about, like market structure and all that. But that's certainly excellent, excellent knowledge and all. But yeah, there are certain sections that I want to really reread. Especially, there were a couple of sections on, or one main section on intraday trading using like a 2 and a 3 day VWAP, anchored VWAP. And so I want to reread those. Okay, so you did it, Lemo. Excellent. Okay, so now you've got a min and a max box. So now you can just put in the max, like how far, like what's the max you want it to be away. So you can have an alert. In other words, it's not going to show you when it hits it, but you can maybe create a top list, okay, and put that filter as a column. And then you can sort on the column and you can find the ones that are closest to that SMA that you're interested in. All right, guys, I'm just to see this AMC to see if it has any legs. Market is definitely giving it up though, guys. Yeah, market's giving it up. So now we've got the Dow. There's no disconnect really. Nas is down, Dow's down, SPY's down, of course. So Lambo Larry, this is what I meant. Okay, if so, if you create a top list, and add that filter in, and then it's going to say now you can, I would add the filter in and maybe put the max you want it to be away. Maybe it's 15 cents. Of course, it's all going to depend on your the price, like a price range, I guess. I mean, you can create a percentage also out of that formula if you want, but right now I just wanted to make it super simple. And so let's assume then you've created the filter correctly. Oops. So you'd have a min and a max box. So again, I put in the max box, I mean, whatever you want it to be. If you want it to be no more than 20 cents away, whatever that number is going to be. Just remember this, it'll be in dollars. So you put, like, if you were going to use 20 cents, 0.20, right? Then add the filter as a column. Add it as a column, okay? Because then what you can do is you can sort on it. Imagine you had that filter as a column, and then you could just do a quick sort, and then you would be able to, depending on the direction, you would be able to find the ones that are very, very close. And just sort on that, and you would see how, the ones that are very close. Which sometimes even better. I know sometimes it's nice to have the actual alert when it comes into it, but you know what? Sometimes it's better as a top list because this alerts you to when it may happen, a little ahead of time. You can maybe plan for it. See, when you click on an alert or click on a symbol, you see what else is happening, and you think, wow, okay, it's getting really close. I'm glad I know about it right now before it actually happens. I'm talking to somebody, by the way, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, okay? In case you're wondering what I'm talking about. This is DBRG, guys. This is sort of an interesting one also. I mean, this was one up yesterday. So this is down big today. If we look left, 998, so around 10. So it's got a little bit of room to 10. And that is DBRG. Lots and lots of shares available to short. At Interactive Brokers, about 900,000. Well, I'd like to see that a little more definitive. I mean, I don't want to, start spouting fake news or anything like that, but I mean, you see how easy that is to maybe create. I'm not saying it's a false rumor, but how easy it would be just to create some kind of a little false rumor and have, look at the stock and what went from 471 sleeping around 464 and, up to 538. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but I'm just saying that it's pretty easy just to do something like that. Well, Lambo, I'm glad you were able to do the custom formula so easily. I mean, the custom formula itself is not hard. It's just putting it into that description box, or a source box. So I'm glad you were able to do it. The race car, yeah, we got rid of the race car a long time ago. I mean, it's the same concept, but we got rid of the race car a long time ago. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. I wouldn't call yourself too old and dumb, Lamo, just because you know about the custom formulas. I would say that 0.5% of our customers use custom formulas, and that's it. They're not usually necessary, but you're looking for something very specific. If we have the data point, then we can usually then you usually can create the custom formula. I mean, you saw how easy that was. Certainly wasn't hard. Was not like you had to know any computer or programming language. All right, I think kudos to Shady. I think he went long BMEA quite a while ago. And so far, a little bit choppy, but depending how many he took and where he put his stop, could still be in the trade. Held the VWAP 2569. Held the VWAP. Good point that Michael Noss is making regarding this AMC thing. Now, not that Jeff Bezos doesn't have anything to do, but he's not the CEO anymore. I mean, I'm not saying he got nothing to do with Amazon anymore, but I mean, he's not on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, so we're getting some slowdown. They're aware of it, by the way. I don't know if you guys are seeing some slowdowns. Look at Para, guys. Para. It's had a nice little drop here, little bit of a pull up, and now continuing down. Look what it pulled up to, right to the VWAP, stalled right at the VWAP for Para. You look at the 15-minute chart, you can see there's that, that purple line is approximately the VWAP. Yep. So got right into it and stopped. Yeah, Mux. Oh man, yeah, Mux. It's the float on Mux. 39 million. So I don't know what happened here on this week. I don't know if that's truly. Yeah, I don't know if that truly was a drop like that, or was it something else? Because that's a pretty dramatic drop from 35 down to 370 in that week. So I don't know if that truly was because of some horrible news or there's something else going on. Okay, guys, OSCR is still, I think, hanging around the VWAP. OSCR still hanging around the VWAP. Yeah, there it is, 607. 607 right at the VWAP. So this is starting to look weaker and weaker. I mean, obviously in a downtrend here, lower highs, and it looks like it might want to take out the VWAP and cruise down a bit. And that is OSCR. So it was a reverse split and it's not a count. Oh, I see. It is. Oh, look at Lucid. Oof. Lucid plans to lay off hundreds of workers. All right, AMC making another, yeah, not a high, but not quite a high. 539 is the high. Now, you would think that 550 might stall it. Just look at the daily chart. It could stall it. Or this rumor. How does CNK do? CNK, another, excuse me, movie chain. Yeah, a little bit of a pop. Ew, boy, this is GHSI. So this just got halted on the way up. GHSI just got halted on the way up. Play. Let's take a look at this. That's David Buster's or earnings after hours. Yeah, as William says, bets being placed that maybe they're not going to be good. I don't play earnings at all. In other words, I'm not going to hold through earnings. But as William is saying, there's certainly an interesting sell-off taking place now. Speaking of sell-offs, AMC could not get through that 550 mark. IB is playing those games again. No shorts available for AMC today at Interactive Brokers. Guys, I'm just going to take a quick peek outside, check the weather. This might be a just give me a moment. Okay, guys, OSCR looks like, yeah, this looks weak now, guys. Now I'm in this marketing meeting. I mean, 172, sorry, 172, 572 could hold it, 574 could hold it. But this definitely looks weak now. I mean, it's through that VWAP 607. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be in a meeting. All right, put myself on mute. All right, guys, it was a long meeting. I'm really interested in this BMEA. I mean, it just took out the high there, and this could, like these stocks that take out the highs near the end of the day, and this is an all-time high now for BMEA. You could have one of these late day surges. We have another hour left in the market, a little over an hour. So I'm going to put my alert again at the highs of these two candles there, which looks like around 29.52, and see if it can lift from there. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm really interested in this. So what happened? It got up to 29.98. Interesting, I mean, it wasn't a ton of volume. I mean, that's 15 million. I know it's 294 times normal, but there's only 24 million in the float. And it wasn't like we've seen stocks like this will trade the float multiple times, and it didn't even trade the float. I mean, and it's up 90%. That's interesting. Oh man, it's getting close. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute myself right now. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm trying to do a few things here. Probably you understand one of them, and it's very frothy. So I'm going to put myself on mute. If you have any questions, I will hop right back on the mic. All right, guys, I just flashed some of these price targets. JP Morgan, well, it's at that 29 right now. Wainwright is at, I think, $44 price target. Okay. And EF Hutton with a $33 price target. So you've got some, some pumping here with the BMEA. Ah, shoot. I was looking at this OCSR for the longest time. I think I've missed my entry though. We're looking to short this. See how it could not get through the VWAP on the way up. Come on, take out 30. Okay, guys, I'm out of the BMEA. Just made a little bit. I'm just hoping it would break right through 30. Didn't do it yet anyway. So back to mute. There we go, guys. So I know Eagle, who was that? Eagle guy posted this. So here we go again. This is regarding AMC. Its interest now remains no more as buying a distressed asset. There was no deal on the table, I am told, and may never be. So there you go. And this is the same thing that Eagle guy. Give me a moment, guys. So, guys, this is one maybe to watch tomorrow. AC/DC. Hmm. AC/DC. So the next high looking left is, and I've just put a price alert, is 1263. So it's at 1214 right now. If tomorrow it gets through that, look what we've got, 1441. So this is sort of the reverse of the dawn. The DAWN, not quite as dramatic as dawn, but I would definitely put an alert, 1263, see if it takes it out tomorrow for AC/DC. All right, guys, so I'm going to start wrapping this up right now. I just want to put the link for the webinar on Thursday with Brian Shannon. I was told in the marketing meeting that we've got over 1,000 people already signed up. Probably have by the end of the next couple of days, probably get a couple hundred more. And again, if you cannot attend it live, don't worry, it'll be emailed to you. The video will be emailed to you. Well, depends what you mean by promotion. I mean, I always have 15% off SP. Okay. If you wanted to go to an annual, I can get you 25% off. Otherwise, I can always give you 15 on a month to month. Well, the first month only. So if you click on my homepage link, so if you wanted to go month to month, sorry, monthly, you'll get 15% off the first month. If you wanted to take out an annual, I can get you 25%. You just have to let me know. I can get you a code for it. But I certainly, if you don't, sounds like you used to be a subscriber, so you kind of know the product, I guess. Well, you probably got a deal, Alec, didn't you? Yeah, so that is something you'd have to take. I mean, I don't get involved. Okay, that annual that discount was only for people who have a monthly right now and want to upgrade to it. Well, upgrade, want to take out an annual, not for current annual subscribers. But you know what? If you go to the home page, it doesn't hurt to ask the question. Okay. Don't quote me. Remember now that the 25% was only for people who have monthly subscriptions right now, okay, and are looking to take out an annual, okay? Now, if you don't have if a person doesn't have a subscription at all, again, my recommendation is not to go into an annual right away. So that's why I don't. I mean, in theory, if you don't have if a person doesn't have a subscription, but you're bound and determined that you want to take on an annual right away, I mean, I can get you a 25%. But if you're currently an annual subscriber and then you re-signed last week, I mean, I don't get involved in that. Man, OSCR, it's just going to do it now. Probably going to inch by inch just move down. Yeah, some chart issues late today. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up. I don't see any questions, so I think I'll wrap this up now. Let me get outside, enjoy the weather. And let's see now. Okay, guys, so I'm going to shut the room down now. Thanks again for all the help all day long. Have a great evening, and as I say, the main room opens at 8 o'clock. No later than 8 o'clock in the morning, and you guys can chat amongst yourselves between 8 and 9, and then I get on the mic 9 o'clock for all three rooms. Okay. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. And next, YouTubers. So the same thing, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. See you, Jorge.